Hello, good morning and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. It is day 2 of the LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Warwickshire, with Warwickshire resuming on 273 for 7 in their first innings. We've got a chance of a few showers later today, but fingers crossed that avoids us and we have another full day. It was a fascinating first day, I thought, of this fixture between the defending champions Warwickshire and Lancashire, who finished second last season. I'm delighted to welcome a man with a foot in both camps, a man that knows both clubs inside out. Ashley Giles is with us today. Good morning, Ash. Are you well?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Always good to be back at Old Trafford. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here. When you look over your shoulder and you see how Emirates Old Trafford is looking now, the latest development underway, the club progresses kind of season on season, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's an amazing ground, and the location obviously perfect for a number of things. You know, suits for concerts, obviously for cricket, but with football just up the road, the two hotels are, I'm sure, going to do great business.
We'll talk about the game in a second, and we're going to review the first day. We're going to hear from Tom Bailey and from Carl Crowe before play starts at 11. But your memories, Ash, of Lancashire and Warwickshire, you've got happy memories of successful times with both clubs.
Yeah, really fond memories. I'm here because I ran into Daniel Gidney and his wife. Or they actually supported our Giles Trust ball last weekend and invited me up, and I'm only too pleased to come back. My 2 years here were very enjoyable. My wife always talks about how well looked after we were here at Lancashire and how well supported we were. And on the field, I think we did okay as well. And obviously the highlight winning the T20 back at Edgbaston. But great people here, some great players, and very fond memories. And of course at Warwickshire, that's where I played my whole career. Started my coaching career, so yeah, it's nice to be back here. And around cricket, I've had a few months off, and it's nice to come and see some live cricket.
In terms of what we've seen so far on the first day, the standout for Warwickshire, Dom Sibley with the bat, who's going to resume this morning unbeaten, got his first century, I think, since 2019. That's a terrific achievement for him, and he batted beautifully on the first day, I thought. Yeah,
great to see Dom back in the runs. I watched a few of the highlights. And actually looks like he's been making some adjustments over the winter. It's the first time I've seen anything of him this year. He chose not to go on the Lions tour before Christmas after being left out of the England squad to tour Australia. It felt like he's moving less. That sort of quirky movement of the bat and hands he has. It felt like he was more still, and played some really nice shots. And I think one of the shots in particular, I saw a couple of them, that sort of back foot punch with a straight bat. If you're able to play that with balance and control, something's working. And there's no reason, with the way Dom works, the head he's got on his shoulders, that he certainly could easily work his way back into the England team.
Yeah, it was a bit of a thorn in Lancashire's side throughout the course of yesterday. 270 for 7 at the close. You know the pitches here at Emirates Old Trafford. Warwickshire batting first yesterday. I suspect they probably would have wanted more, and of course they could still get more, but I think they're probably, with the idea of batting first, is your one's back big.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, my experience of being coach here, there was some tricky decisions on winning the toss here at times, because it can do a little bit up front, and if you think you can get into the wickets in that first session, it really gets you in the game, because the pitch is often best through that second day and into the third day before it may start to break up. But Warwickshire seemed, from what I've seen, to almost get through that first session, and even at tea, I think they're 4 wickets down, and then probably failed to just capitalise on that with guys getting in. Looks like Benjamin Hayne got in and didn't see it through. Sibley, once he gets in and gets to the crease, he's going to be difficult to remove. But it's that old adage as well, that you never know until both sides are batted on the pitch, exactly what it's like.
Warwickshire defending champions. Lancashire pushed really hard last year, almost won the title. Would you suspect these two teams to be in and around it in September?
Well, you'd expect, definitely. I think it's a strong division. I think, as we saw last week with Warwickshire's results, that it can, any side on their day can beat another side. But last year's champions, the squad Lancashire have, and particularly the depth in their bowling resources, dependent, of course, how much Saqib and Jimmy will play or play for England. You've got to fancy them to be somewhere near at the end of the year.
Just on Lancashire's bowling resources, we're going to hear from Tom Bailey in a second. How impressed have you been with his development as a player?
Well, I was always impressed with Tom. I always enjoyed working with Tom. He moves the ball both ways. At times, I guess, criticised with maybe not having that extra yard of pace that he may need at an international level. But here, bowling on these pitches, which are generally good pitches, he does an excellent job for the team. And with his height and the bounce he extracts, and I say, just getting that movement a bit both ways with a new ball, he's always dangerous.
OK, good stuff. Thank you, Ashley. Be with us throughout the course of the day on commentary. We're heading outside shortly to hear from Carl Crowe. We'll look back at some of the highlights on the opening day, but let's hear from the man we've just been talking about, Tom Bailey, reflecting on the first day. Session the first day.
I think those 3 crucial wickets at the end were massively important. Otherwise it'd have probably been their day, but I think it just swung in our way.
Yeah, 2 pretty even sessions, wasn't it, this morning, I think this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, we knew the wicket was going to be good. We knew there'd be a bit in early on, but after that it flattened out and it showed. You
guys know how to stick at it, don't you?
We do, yeah. Playing here every other week, we have to be really if we're going to compete for trophies. So I thought the boys put in a good shift and it was proper.
Yeah, that second new ball late on, that seemed to work a treat for you.
Yeah, we were debating when to take it. The bowlers were tired. But we just thought we'd give it a go, and thankfully it paid off.
Is it one of those situations where you want it tonight because you want another wicket at least, but you want to keep it nice and fresh for the morning as well?
Yeah, I think if you come back tomorrow and they're 4 down, you're potentially still in the field for the best part of the day. But the fact we got those 3 wickets late on in the end, if we come out all firing tomorrow, then we could be batting by 12 o'clock. And
for you, Tom, again, I know I've mentioned this to you a few years, but your levels of consistency, again, you must be delighted with how you're bowling.
Yeah, I think, it's my strength. If I'm not hitting length consistently, then, I feel like I don't get in the team, so it's something that I have to keep doing.
It's a nice mixture of the attack, that Lancashire have got with yourself, with the way that Hassan bowls, the left arm of Luke Wood. You've got every base covered, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the pace with Hassan and Woody, and then Bowley's been really impressive, just holds his length really tightly. But yeah, pretty balanced attack.
You've had your 1 rest so far in this first round of fixtures. I'm sure you were delighted at that, but you must be chuffed to be back in the team. Yeah,
it's always nice to be playing, but the wickets have been pretty good these last 4 fixtures, so it was nice to have a break. Especially seeing the last pitch here, the way it panned out. It'd been a heavy workload for me.
Are you expecting this game to pan out in a similar way to the Gloucestershire match, you think? Is it that type of wicket again?
It feels like a good wicket, and I think that's why those 3 wickets were so important tonight, because, it could easily be a 450, 500 pitch.
Yeah, word for Sibley, batter well there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. Take nothing away from the wicket was good and it helped him, but, he played well.
Got to ask you about 2 dismissals in particular, Tom. How much did you enjoy the first this morning?
Do you know what? I was just glad to get it out of the way. I thought he might come out and play 2 ways. And we've all seen how aggressive he can be. So it was in the back of my head, but he didn't. Thankfully I got him out early, and that was it. And the other one.
The other one is the send-off he gave.
Well, he hit 2 of the best shots I've ever seen, and after you bowl 20 overs, it's not something you want to see. So it was nice to see the umpire put his finger up for that one.
Was there anything mentioned in particular about Al Davis and your plans to him? You obviously know him so well, or not?
Yeah, I mean, Davis a good player. So we had our plans. Thankfully we didn't need to use him too much because he got out early, but I'm sure he'll put up a fight second innings.
Cool, well bowled.
Cheers, thank you.
Bears on the back foot despite Sibley 100. The Bears' title defence isn't off to the best of starts, put to the sword by early season strugglers Somerset last week. They start the 5th round of the LV County Championship, 30 points adrift of top team Surrey, and this week travel to Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire lie in wait, their potent attack purring so far this season, a 3rd win in 4, the hosts' target. Warwickshire chose to bat but found themselves on the back foot just 14 balls into the day, yet to open the scoring when Al Davis shouldered arms and Bailey did the rest, not the return to Old Trafford he'd envisaged. They were only up to 35 when Lancashire had their 2nd wicket. Rob Yates bowled by Luke Wood. Defence is beaten, not the best of starts for the visitors. Sibley and Hayne regrouped. They took the score past 50 and up towards 100. The England opener was looking good for a half century as lunch approached. He'd be up to 44 at the break, Warwickshire rebuilding well to 84 for 2 when they headed in for a bite to eat. After lunch, the pair went to a 50 partnership and then took the score to 100 when Hayne whipped Hassan Ali to the offside boundary. Attention turned to Sibley. 50 runs, scored off 113 balls with a single off the bowling of Luke Wood. They were worth 82 when the spin of Matt Parkinson did the trick. Hayne down the track and chipping a catch to sub-fielder Rob Jones. Parkinson quickly picked up another, and a delightful wicket it was too. The turn too much for Rhodes, bowled by the England international for 16. Sibley and Benjamin kept them out, the latter with fond memories of this ground, having scored a ton on debut last August. And they were still there at tea, the score now 169 for 4. Lancashire were kept at bay after tea. This 5th wicket partnership was doing well for Warwickshire, and up to 50 together with another Sibley boundary. He then swept Parkinson through the leg side to take the score beyond 200, but there was more for him to enjoy just around the corner. He had his 100 with a quick single off Balderson, a first for Warwickshire since being dropped by England. He was doing his best to play his way back into contention for the first test in a month's time. Benjamin too was doing well with the bat, the South African making his way towards 50, with the day starting to head towards the close. Tom Bailey with a new ball in his hand is a tough opponent and denied Benjamin his half-century, out trapped in front for 47. Bailey had already trapped Burgess in front for 18 off 9 when Briggs followed 3 balls later, well taken by Jennings off the bowling of Hassan Ali. Lancashire wandered off soon after in the ascendancy. The score at the close of play, 273 for 7. Sibley's 100 had given the Bears a good start, but the lower order had started to crumble. With 3 quick wickets tomorrow morning, the hosts will be certainly in the driving seat, but the Warwickshire opener is unbeaten on 118, and he'll be desperate to add more.
Okay, some of the highlights there from the opening day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Delighted that Carl Crow's alongside me. That was a hard-fought opening day, wasn't it? It was a proper day of county championship cricket, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously they won the toss and batted first. As everyone can see, it's a pretty good pitch. It wasn't loads of movement, a bit early on maybe, but I think they settled in and played nicely. But I think, credit to all of our bowlers, took at it for long periods. To go under 3 and over, I think, was an exceptional effort. And end of the day, I think we can be pretty pleased with where we're at. Those wickets at the end, I think, swung the day to us, to our advantage. Yeah, it was quite an interesting day, wasn't it? Because the first 2 sessions, pretty even, I think. When you got to tea, I think it's a pretty even day. Yeah. But the way that you ended the day, you must feel great about that. Yeah, we actually scored the sessions. Exactly that. We had them half each for both 2 sessions. And I think that those 2 wickets on that pitch per session was a good effort and obviously played nicely. But towards the end, that second new ball, and I think the way particularly, probably the 3 seamers stuck out, Bales, Hassan and Luke Wood, I thought bowled really well yesterday. So I think we can be really pleased that we finished the day with them 7 down. And obviously this morning's session, doesn't take a rocket science, so it's very crucial this morning. And we're going full out, try and get them out as quickly as possible. A lot's mentioned about the varied attack that Lancashire have got, and that is required on pitches here, isn't it, I think? Well, definitely. I mean, if you settle in with same bowlers, batters can get comfortable very quickly. So having someone like Woody, different angle, extra pace, Bale swinging the ball, Hassan with his skills, and then even, obviously bowlers bowling nicely, bowls good areas, and having Parky to bowl some spin as well. That varied attack on flatter wickets, I think, are absolutely crucial. So a little bit of turn for Matt Parkinson yesterday. Are we expecting that to continue through the game? Well, I think so. Yeah, I think obviously Emirates Old Trafford generally does spin quite a lot. Later on in the game, and that's something that Parky's always taken advantage over the years. I think also a leg spinner will generally spin the ball potentially more in the first innings, and as the game gets on, we're definitely looking to bat big, bat once, so Parky gets an opportunity in the second innings to spin, definitely. Good stuff. We'll see how the day unfolds. It should be another fascinating one, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it, and we're coming hard right from ball one, I think.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You see, I'm always slightly concerned when speaking to whether it's the players or the coaching staff, right on the edge of the players warming up using the football and playing a bit of head tennis, because you never quite know when a stray ball might come in your way and donk you on the head. But thankfully that didn't happen. Nice to hear from Carl Crowe, reflecting back on the first day and looking ahead to day two. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm joined with a special guest. Mike Proctor's alongside me. Good morning.
And really great to be here.
Fantastic.
At Old Trafford again. It really is a place I've got mixed emotions, really, but I've always enjoyed the crowd at Lancashire, the Old Trafford crowd. They always seem to, they recognise good cricket and appreciate good cricket. And I've always been friendly with a lot of the Lancashire players, so it's great to be back.
Fantastic to have you here. We're going to have a little chat about the foundation. There's a dinner taking place as well tonight, isn't there? But in terms of being back here at Emirates Old Trafford, looking at the ground now, your emotions and your memories of playing here, what kind of stands out for you?
Well, just the enormity of the new stands, the hotel, and the construction work going on here. It is a fantastic ground. It really is, and totally different to when I played. And as I said, I've got mixed emotions here because we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of a famous game, a semi-final Gillette Cup game as it was then in 1971. Obviously 50th year, last year would have been the 50th, but that was COVID. And it's a celebration of the youth, you know, one of the Lancashire Youth Cricket and my foundation in South Africa, who look after 1,200 African kids disadvantaged. That's where the money's going. So it's a celebration of the future, and not so much a celebration of the match, but it was. And I think if I'm correct, and I think Gary told me that that was the start almost of the Bond era, because 1971 we lost that semi-final game, which is a very tight game, and from there Lancashire went on to the final, won that competition, Gillette Cup 71, then went to 72, and then went to 73. So Gloucester helped. We showed Lancashire the way.
Yeah, you got a golden era of Lancashire cricket underway. You played your part.
That's exactly what I was looking for. I'm glad you said. I didn't want to say it.
The foundation here at Lancashire does fantastic work right across the northwest and beyond. In terms of your foundation, Mike, when was that established? And just tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, I started at a school called Ottawa Primary about 12 years ago. And it started because I'd been involved in cricket a long time, doing most things in cricket. I'd been a player. I'd commentated a lot with Sky, which was great. I was a match referee. I'd been a director of cricket in South Africa, at Natal, at Free State, and at Northampton. And then I became convener of the selection committee in South Africa. And then that fell away. Everyone has their time. And a good friend of mine asked me what I was going to do for the future, now that I'd sort of done my dash with every aspect of cricket. And he said he knows my feelings. He said, what I would like you to do is to find some disadvantaged schools. And he said, I'll pay you and you get some coaches and go and coach. And Ottawa Primary was one of the schools that I found. But unfortunately for me, that sponsorship fell through after a couple of years. But you know, when you've been dealing with kids, with primary school kids, you become quite attached to them, and I just couldn't suddenly turn my back on them. So I stuck with Ottawa, and I've been there for 12 years. I formed the foundation about 7 years ago now, mainly because people know where there's money was going, because I was funding it myself. I would sell memorabilia to keep the whole foundation, the Ottawa project going. I employed a head coach, Rodney Malumba, who I'd actually got on board in Natal when I was director of cricket there, and he's been a friend of mine, and he's been with me for all those 12 years. We've had our ups and downs, but you know, I'm just part of the bookwork there now. You know, I just walk in and walk out, and total acceptability. And it's been hard, particularly the last couple of months, because we've had the floods there, and it really did affect there's a rural sort of areas, and next to the school is the community where most of the kids come from. And it's a big community, and the bridge was washed away from where they normally cross to come to the school, and a lot of them lost all their homes, you know, what you could call homes. So it was devastating for them. So we're still trying to rebuild the school, as it were, and collect some funds to help from that flooding, which was pretty severe.
And the meal this evening is obviously to remember that absolutely iconic game here at Emirates Old Trafford 50 years ago, but helped to support your foundation and the Lancashire Cricket Foundation. I just want to get some of your memories of that particular match. I want to, and obviously I'll throw ahead to what's taking place tonight. I think there are still some tickets available for tonight, but Gary might be able to confirm. I'm getting the thumbs up. There are still some tickets available for tonight, so I'll give you some details on that as well. We need to acknowledge that the players are out. We can see Tom Bailey, who's about to get things set up from the Jimmy Anderson end. We do have pretty cloudy conditions here in Manchester today. I'm kind of hoping that the forecast for rain stays off. There is a suggestion we might get a little bit of rain later on, but fingers crossed that doesn't materialise. But there is a suggestion we might get some rain. But Bailey's going to open up. Sibley unbeaten on 118. Warwickshire at 270 at 3 for 7 in their first innings, and the first ball of the day is left by Sibley and through to Salton. There is no run. Got Mike Proctor with us just for a few minutes or so. 1971, that semi-final between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. Where would you put it? I mean, your career, Mike, so illustrious, and you did so much within the game. Where would you put that particular game in terms of highlights and memories that you've got?
Well, that's a very difficult question to answer, because highlights, I've never, I came to Gloucester in 68. I played second 11 65, came in 68. Gloucestershire had never won anything. 70 comes round, 71 comes round, and we've got this semi-final against a top Lancashire team. And, we really thought we were in the pound seats. We really thought we had the ascendancy for a lot of the game.
As Bailey moves in and bowls, there's an edge there that's bouncing in front of Keaton Jennings at second slip. There's no run.
And then the game was delayed lunchtime for 2 or 3 hours, and as people know now, the game finished after 9 o'clock. They had to stop the BBC News from taking place at 9 o'clock, because there was still a very important game, a couple of overs left in a Lancashire-Gloucester semi-final. And I've never in my life been so depressed as after that game. So where does it come in my memory bank? I'm afraid not too high from a disappointment point of view, because I was intent on, as my teammates were, intent on winning something for Gloucestershire. That's really what it's all about. And having been in that position, and we were in that position before a certain David Hughes came to the crease, we were definitely in the ascendancy, and then to lose from there was really devastating. And I can tell how some football managers and football players feel after a very important semi-final or even final in cup games. And so from that aspect, I remember walking around with a friend of mine, and we were going from pub to pub, and nothing had any effect. And
this is Bailey into McAndrew. It's played away into the offside for no run.
But from a point of view, a spectacle, a cricket point of view, and the one thing I do remember is the crowd. I think they were, they acknowledge you. I remember getting 50 and sort of raising my bat, and I got a warm applause. And I remember thinking then, I thought, this is a really good crowd to play in front of, because they appreciate good cricket, and they're very knowledgeable. So I've got good memories of that game from that point of view, but good memories of Old Trafford.
There's Bailey over the wicket bowling. McAndrew playing forward in defence, and there is no run. It won't come as a massive surprise to you, Mike, that I spoke to Jack Simmons the other day about this particular fixture, and he has slightly more warmer memories of it and of happier times. But that game I find fascinating. I mean, I wasn't born, but so I wasn't here. But I speak to so many Lancashire supporters who claim to have been at that game, and if you believed everybody that claims to have been at this game, I think you'd have about 200,000 people watching.
Well, I said yesterday, because I'd bumped into a number of people, and my figure was about 250.
Yeah.
And I was sitting over there, and my son was sitting over there, and but it, as you say, it was an iconic game.
So that's a final ball of Bailey's first over, just pulled out towards long leg for a single, and the score ticks along to 275 for 7. So the first over done on the opening day here. On the second day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Got Mike Proctor with us just for a few moments. There's a dinner taking place tonight then, and this is taking place at the Point, and it's £50 a ticket, includes 2-course meal and a welcome drink, and the kind of the great and good of the game from all those years ago in attendance.
Absolutely, and the enjoyable part I'm looking forward to is hearing all the anecdotes and hearing all the stories that will probably get exaggerated by all the players. Every player will have a chance to say something about the game, and that's what's going to be very interesting. And I think that's what people are excited about, is listening to all the players and seeing how they remember it.
Here's Hassan Ali from the Statham end. And he's bowling to McAndrew, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. I can't believe that players would exaggerate stories from all those years ago. That doesn't happen, surely.
No, doubt it. But 50 years ago is a long time, so your memory bank can get a bit misty.
Artistic licence. That's what they call it.
Absolutely.
Well, it looks set to be, I'm sure, a terrific evening. Really nice to have you with us, Mike. I hope that the night goes well, and I hope you enjoy your day again here, watching some cricket as Hassan comes in and bowls to McAndrew. That's worked up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
No, but thanks very much for having me. I do appreciate it, and hopefully we can get a few more people at the dinner tonight. I can assure you it'll be a lot of fun.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mike. That's so nice to hear from you. That's tonight then taking place at the Point here at Emirates Old Trafford. So it's £50 a ticket. It includes a 2-course meal and a welcome drink. Former players from both teams from that game between Lancashire and Gloucestershire in 1971 will be present, and money raised from the event will help support the foundations at Lancashire and Mike's foundation as well, as Hassan bowls full but wide of off stump and through to the keeper, and there is no run. If you want some more information, head to the Lancashire cricket website. There's a number there. I'll give the number out, why not? The number is 0161 868 6849, and to call if you're interested in a ticket for tonight's event. 0161 868 6849, or head to the Lancashire cricket website. Hassan's in and bowling, and it's left by McAndrew and through to Phil Salt, and there is no run. Should be great fun. If you got a ticket, I'm sure you're in for a great night, but there are still some going if you I actually didn't mention his book signing neither. He's also got a book. He's a very busy man, is Mike Proctor. He's got Meet Mike Proctor book signing in the new library by the Lancashire shop. This is at by the Indoor School, and that's taking place today at lunch at 1 o'clock. As Hassan moves in and bowls again. Once more, it's left and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Caught in the Middle is the title of Mike Proctor's new book, and there's a book signing in the new library by the Lancashire shop, which is just by the Indoor School behind where we are in the media centre, and that's taking place at lunch today. So go across and meet Mike himself, and the tickets are available for you to purchase to enjoy tonight's event. Here is Hassan Ali moving in and bowling. That's a good delivery, that beats McAndrew, and through to Phil Salt, and there is no run. So day two is underway. We've had the first over from Tom Bailey. We've got Hassan Ali running in from the Brian Statham end. We're going to hear more from Ashley Giles, who's with us today, who's going to be part of our commentary team on this second day, and Richard Wilford from BBC WM will also be coming in when he's finished his updates in the commentary box next door. Hassan bowls, and that's cut out towards deep point where Luke Wood fields, and there is one run. That's the end of Hassan Ali's opening over of the day from the Statham end. 277 for 7 is the score. Yesterday was dominated by, from a Warwickshire point of view, certainly, but the game really, the headline was the wonderful knock from Dom Sibley. Interesting to hear Bumble's take, and actually to speaking to Ashley Giles in the build-up to the day's play about the way he's worked clearly on his game, and he's tried to alter and improve. He's got his rewards yesterday. As McAndrew plays a forward defensive. That into the offside, there's no run, and he's 119 not out, Dom Sibley. And McAndrew unbeaten on 11. So he was the star of the show for Warwickshire. Excellent innings from Dom Sibley. And it's Bailey that was the pick of the bowlers for Lancashire. Saw a little bit of Parkinson there. He picked up 2 in the afternoon, 2 for 58, but Bailey with 3 wickets on the first day was the star for Lancashire. He's in and bowling, and McAndrew plays a little forward defensive out into the offside, and there is no run. Looks like everyone's underway on day 2 across the county championship. Everyone's playing, and I did mention the forecast before. There is a suggestion that it might rain a little later on, but let's hope we get a bit lucky and we avoid that. But word from the weather centre was it might get a few showers later. Bailey bowling, and McAndrew plays forward and drives up towards mid-off where Matt Parkinson fields, and there's no run. And to the background sound of the construction site in full swing, I'm delighted that the more gentler tones of Richard Wilford are alongside me.
I don't know. I can shout if you prefer.
Oh,
I don't.
No.
I'll come in and be gentle.
Come in and be gentle.
I feel gentle this morning.
Be gentler with me, Richard, this morning.
Yeah. I'm already 2 Zoom conferences into the day.
Oh,
crikey!
Blimey, what a start! Here's Bailey in to McAndrew. It's a nice shot, flicked away through mid-wicket, and Dane Villas, he's hurtling after it. And Lancashire captain McAndrew's come back and run 3. Score ticks along to 280 for 7.
It was flicked away through Luke Wood. In fact, very, very unusual to see him miss a ball there. And he scrubs his arms as he goes back to a deeper position. Square leg for Dominic Sibley. And so the Bears need McAndrew to give Sibley some support here. It's still a relatively new ball because it wasn't taken for about half a dozen overs, was it, yesterday? So it's about 12 overs old. So yes, that awful crossover stage. It means I've interviewed a football manager and a central defender already today. Both from Walsall Football Club.
Excellent.
Ahead of their final game of the season.
And are they looking forward to the final game of the season?
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. Relatively new manager in there, so
right.
a lot of work to be done. And the player has just signed a new 2-year deal, having arrived on loan. So
right.
So he's very happy.
Bailey in and balls, and Sibley off the front foot just steers the ball down towards third man. Stephen Croft is there waiting for it to roll into his hands, and Sibley jogs through for 1. He moves to 120, and it's 281 for 7.
Indeed, the player is not unknown to people of the Greater Manchester area.
Oh right, okay.
In that centre half Donovan Daniels, who was at Wigan for a few seasons.
Oh, yes.
So he's agreed to stay at Walsall. So he's a good speaker, actually. It was nice to chat to him this morning.
I hope I didn't interrupt you when I just barged into your commentary box.
Yeah, the first one, yeah, you did. I was
right,
mid-flow with Michael Flynn, who's their manager these days. Yeah.
Okay. So my apologies to Michael Flynn.
Yeah, he was fine. Not to be confused with the Michael Flynn who was at Stockport for many, many years. Not the same bloke. I'd like to point that out.
Bailey in and balls. It's a short ball. McAndrew rocks back and pulls the ball down into the ground, and it runs out towards Luke Wood at backward square leg for a single. And McAndrew moves on to 15. It's the end of the over. 282 for 7.
On to more pressing things. Why are they bowling so many more short balls proportionately this morning than they did first thing yesterday? Because it was that length and line and the nagging accuracy that made it a really tricky contest. But they seem to have decided that McAndrew's one they might be able to bounce out. It's a nice picture for those who are watching on Lancs TV there of a workman's bugsocks. Thank you for that. It is orange luminous trousers. He'll be delighted. Hope we've got his image rights. Hassan Ali is bustling in to start a new over, and forward in defence is McAndrew, almost Sibley style, and defends it out into the offside. Bohannon picks up. I'm very conscious of looking at the monitors occasionally, because the coverage that you offer up here obviously is just stunning. It is brilliant with all the camera angles that you've got. But the director made some great choices at times. The guy played forward defensive with a spade yesterday was the highlight.
That's tremendous.
Those are the moments you want to catch. As Hassan Ali bowls straight, there'll be an appeal for LBW, and he's going to be given out. That did look very, very straight. He's played round it, McAndrew, in the first wicket of the morning, and that is the length that you want to be bowling. McAndrew goes for 15, Warwickshire 282 for 8, and Hassan Ali, who toiled away so long yesterday for little reward, has now picked up his second wicket of the innings.
He did toil away, didn't he? I don't think he perhaps at his absolute best yesterday, but he was he came steaming in throughout the course of the day, and gets his reward early on this morning, and plenty of smiles around for Lancashire. They'd wanted a nice early wicket. They'd be having the thought of batting before lunch, what they'll be hoping for. McAndrew hung around a little bit last night, but out for 15. And Hassan Ali picks up his second wicket. So 8 down now. Can Dom Sibley bat through the inning? Can he carry his bat?
He'll want to. That'll be his goal. He chose not to talk last night. I think batsmen, when they're not out often, you have to give them that option, don't you, really? So Ollie Hallen-Dolby spoke glowingly about Sibley's innings, and I thought it was great hearing David Lloyd's thoughts yesterday about his technique. I mean, he's seen such a lot of Sibley batting in the England lineup. Will be very interesting later with Ashley Giles around to talk to him about playing cricket in a bubble, because I think this will be one of the stories that we talk about for years to come, is what it was like for players. And there'll be some who handled it, and there'll be others who found it incredibly difficult. And it would be really interesting to get an insight from somebody who was in a lot of those bubbles. I can't imagine. You kind of, did you have to semi-bubble for some of the international cricket you've done?
No, I didn't have to. No.
Craig Miles is the new batsman, and Hassan Ali will bowl just outside off stump. Miles will shoulder arms. He's done okay so far this year with the bat. I mean, we've worked in sort of very careful conditions in all the sports that we cover for quite a while in the height of COVID, when sport resumed. But just the thought of not being able to leave the hotel. You know, I was only here for 2 nights, but if I couldn't have walked out the hotel last night and go and see the world a little bit and maybe even take a little refreshment, I can't imagine that for weeks on end. Hassan Ali onto the pads of Miles, who turns it very nicely through a straight mid-wicket for 4. Lovely way to get off the mark. The Bears will be eager to get to 300, of course, for that third batting bonus point. Miles takes them to 286 for 8. Very neatly worked.
Yeah, it must have been pretty brutal. And obviously, Ashley overseeing all that. It must have been an extraordinary time for him, really.
Yeah.
Obviously, this ground was used as one of the main biosecure bubbles, and the Aegeus in Southampton as well.
Hassan Ali full on a round off stump, defended, head down by Miles.
There must be a lot to contend with as a player.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a player that perhaps is struggling a little bit, or having to adapt, to change, or develop, and you're not 100% certain of your place in the team. All that going on, and you've got all the extra challenges on top of it.
You haven't got your usual support structure. You haven't got the person you can go and nip and have a coffee with, and I don't know. It's very challenging. Back of a length left alone by Miles. One of the Bears pod blasts, which will be back for its 5th season soon. There'll be the first episode of that podcast available in all the places you want it to be, whether it be BBC Sounds or iTunes or Spotify. But anyway, the point I was making, we did one, Ollie Hallen-Dolby and myself, with Chris Wokes from his hotel room in India when he arrived for the IPL last year, and he was having to do a week's quarantine. And you know, there's only so much you can do in terms of binge watching box sets. He managed to get an exercise bike put in his room, but he couldn't go anywhere. And international cricketers have been through that several times over now, and England's more than any other, in fact. And it's great at Hampshire where you've got a golf course next door that you can go around, and you know, that was part of the package. Here it must have been really frustrating because there are good things to go and do, but you can't go there.
It's Bailey and bowling to Sibley. That's pushed into the onside. There's no run. There's a lovely car park to walk around.
Well, actually, I mean, to be fair, let's not underplay this. There's probably 2. I mean, I think you can count those as 2 car parks.
You can mix it up.
Yeah. So it's great that you got the hotel on ground, and it made it possible. And I think Old Trafford did a tremendous job in such difficult circumstances, hosting those games. But yeah, I would be stir crazy really quickly. And imagine if you weren't in form. Imagine you'd had a really bad day on commentary.
Well, that happens every
did a few things wrong, you know.
Bailey to Sibley, it's left, and through to Phil Salt, who skips across first slip, and there's no run.
Imagine you just yelled the word co-op at David Lloyd. Whatever. and you could fret about that for some hours. For some hours.
That was the highlight of yesterday, was that?
Oh, bless it. It was good fun working. It's the first time I've worked with Bumble, so it was both a joy and slightly intimidating because he's a legend. He's a legend. Like yourself.
No Bumble today. But we've got Ashley Giles joining us. There's Bailey's in. It's left alone by Sibley. And taken by Phil Salt, and there is no run.
I did also say yesterday, I wouldn't say in advance what my plans were, but I did say I'd reveal afterwards whether I'd had a good time doing whatever I did. So I will reveal that in a bit.
Okay.
What I'm doing here is this is the world's limpest tease ever.
Well, you've got me hooked.
But it will end with a recommendation for a place that is very pleasant to while away a couple of hours for a weary solo traveller.
Bailey bowling to Sibley. That's worked away off the pads through mid-wicket for a single, and he moves to 121 not out to 8-7 for 8. Because that's your only night, isn't it? Last night in Manchester?
Yeah, because I arrived after 9:30 on Wednesday night, so it was early night time actually, which is quite, last night was probably cut short by getting a text saying, can you do the Walsall interviews in the morning? But I had got my sights set on a venue, and I did go.
Oh, excellent. So this was a venue that you'd researched, presumably?
Yeah, no, I am that sad. Yeah.
I think it's important to get some background info. Bailey to Miles, it's left. And taken by Salton, there's no run.
See, I appreciate your body's a temple. Always has been all the years I've known you. You live a blameless life. You have the body of a 23-year-old man. And he'd like it back. But no, I always know where there's going to be a decent craft ale poured, basically, wherever I go.
Okay.
And no, I haven't got a big bushy beard and, like rock music. No. So after this ball, I might reveal where I went.
Well, there's lots of options for real ale across Manchester as Bailey bowls, and this is driven by Miles to mid-off for no run, to 8-7 for 8.
So, well, okay. So the point being that where I was housed for 2 nights was in that fake construct that's known as Media City. It is like a place built out of Lego, isn't it? It's extraordinary. I mean, the
buildings, really,
the watery bits are nice. But there's nothing that feels like the real world about Media City, really.
No.
I don't think I'm being unfair here. So therefore it had to be a walking distance of where I was staying in Media City.
Ah, okay. Well, I think I may know where the place you've gone to. If it's a real ale place.
Go on then.
And it's in Media City?
Yeah.
Is it opposite the Lowry Theatre?
Well, no, it's not now. So now I know where you're saying there, but no, not quite. Yeah, because there is a craft bar there.
There is, yeah.
No.
I've forgotten the name of it.
No, I think it's called Craft Bar or something like that. Hassan Ali bowls just outside off stump, shouldering arms is Sibley. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. No, just by the ITV studios, not far from BBC Bridge House, is a place called Dockyard.
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay.
And I walked in there, and they had a little board of 7 ales and ciders on that were on cask. And I immediately fell in love. And as I was reading them, there was a young barman came up, and he said, are there any of these that you'd like to try before you choose?
It's a good start.
I mean, that's a great start. Hassan Ali again, a little bit too far outside off stump, Sibley not interested. So I did, and the first one I tried was a little New Zealand IPA, and it was delicious. And I chuckled, which gave the game away a little bit. So there I had
very nice.
A few drinks there, and nice bit of pub grub. They do little hash browns. Little hash browns they do with a club sandwich.
So I had that more as of a breakfast thing rather than having it with a beer.
It's just potato in disguise, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with potato. Neatly onto the back foot is Sibley to steer the ball through the vacant point area. Wood comes in from the deep to do the fielding. And the steady collection of runs from Sibley continues. He's 122, 288 for 8. So what I'm saying is I can really, really recommend it. It's a lovely... The staff were extremely friendly. They let people in with dogs, and the dogs were coming round and wanted to be patted and made a fuss of, so I quite enjoyed that. They had MasterChef on the telly. That didn't bother me in the slightest. But also they served really good beers. Back of a length, just ducking out the way of it, is Miles. Although my last choice, I like to end with a porter, you see. This is really Ararat territory now. And I chose the porter on the board. I was saving it for last. And the woman who was serving me at that point said, are you sure? I said, well, you're not selling that well, are you? Are you sure, she said. You sure you don't have a taste of that first? Because it was cool. And it's a local brewery, Beatniks Republic, who sadly just announced they're closing down about a week ago. Because all 3 of the brews I had were from Manchester breweries. Because I like to do that. Support the locals.
Why not?
That's a good delivery from Hassan Ali. It goes through the gate here of Miles, and there's an appeal, and after a while Graham Lloyd has decided that that is out. It looks like an inside edge, I fancy, from Miles. There are 2 dismissals on offer there, whether it's the nick or whether it's LBW, but it looked like it might have been the inside edge, Scott.
I think that's what he was appealing for. It took some time, didn't he, before giving that. Yeah, it's gone past in between bat and pad. Now, whether it's just flicked the inside edge of the bat or whether he's given that out LBW, he's giving it out caught behind. Yeah,
it has to be. If it was LBW, that would be very harsh, having seen it, because it's on height, it wouldn't have done it. In terms of the inside edge, it's really, really hard to tell. Miles's reaction was not one of surprise. And that means that the obdurate number 11 will come in. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who spent a lot of time at the crease this season, not necessarily compiling runs, but allowing the man at the other end. It's a bit of a different scenario today, though, in that 2 big partnerships he's had this year have been with Michael Burgess, of course, can blaze the ball around a bit. On this occasion, it's with Dominic Sibley. Be interested to see what Sibley does.
Tell me about this epic partnership that he shared with Michael Burgess.
Oh, the first one this season, which is the opening game against Surrey. He came in at 11 with Burgess on 69. When they reached the 50 partnership, Burgess had scored every single one of them. It was like watching under-12s cricket from that point of view. And Ollie didn't get off the mark until his 67th delivery.
Wonderful. Which
was a thin edge onto his thigh pad. And he looked disconsolate when the umpire didn't give a leg by. But Burgess in that partnership went from 69 to 178. Ollie ended up 11. I think he was 11 not out. He was not out at the end. Yeah. So I mean, that's great support, isn't it?
It's magnificent.
And similarly, came in with Burgess in the 70s against Essex as number 11, albeit that Craig Miles then came in as a concussion replacement at 12. But Burgess, having been in his 70s, ended up with 170, got to 3 figures while Ollie was still at the crease with him. So he's provided good support. Whether he can today is one of life's mysteries. There's a full delivery off the thick inside edge of Hannon-Dolby, goes up to mid-on. 288 for 9, and Sibley's main priority, with 8 overs left for bonus points, because Lancashire have got their 3 with the ball now, is to try and get the Bears through to 300, at least get 3 batting bonus points on the board.
This beer that you finished with last night, was the word of caution from the bartender because it was quite a strong beer, or...?
No, the beer, cause you know how they have silly names? So this beer was called Toast is Burnt.
Right.
She said, and I quote here, "It tastes like burnt toast." I felt the clue was in the name.
Yes.
And it did a little bit, but no, it was a nice deep porter.
I've got an update to do. Do you want to...
Oh, yeah, no, I shall... Yeah.
I'll bring Ashley in as well.
We can do that. As Tom Bailey will continue and comes into bowl from the front of the old pavilion, and Sibley steers it into the offside, and their field is now somewhat spread, as you might imagine. They're going to allow Sibley a single if he wants it, which he's unlikely to take in the early part of the over. Oh, sorry, you heard a bit of sanitising there. I was a little trigger happy with the finger there. But, oh, there we go. Cleanliness next to godliness. Ashley Giles, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, sorry about that. Scott just got his wipes out for me, just making sure I'm clean.
Hard run 2 here from Sibley, who's whipped it behind square, and Wood came across, but he found one of the areas where 2 was available. 290 for 9. And you arrive in time to see the tail end of a Dominic Sibley innings, but I'm sure you would be pleased to see him in good order after putting in the hard work in the winter.
Yeah, it's great to see. I caught a few of the highlights. I've not seen much cricket this year. Tried to avoid it a little bit, but yeah, really pleased to see him get some runs.
Bailey into Sibley, who defends into the offside. Bailey will have to do the fielding himself across a few other strips to get there.
Yeah, he actually, looking at the highlight, it looks like there's less movement than I've seen in the past from Dom. So, you know, big decision for him to withdraw or from the offer of a Lions tour before Christmas, but clearly put that time to good use, and he looks in good shape.
Bailey approaches once more, and Sibley Again defends into the offside. So 2 balls left in the over, and in come the outfielders. They trot into position, and now they'll want to avoid Sibley nipping up to the other end before Hassan Ali's next over. He'll have a consultation mid-wicket with Ollie Hannon-Dolby. It's a difficult situation this for Sibley now, although he has got some big shots in situations like this when he needs them.
Yeah, he's got nothing to worry about with OHD though, has he? I think his current form.
Yeah. I mean, he's only scoring at about 12 runs per 100 balls, but the fact is he might face 100 balls on recent form.
Yeah, he'll be here till tea, I reckon.
He took some bruises in the Essex game. They decided that they'd drop the few in short against him. As Sibley defends back down the track and picked up by Bailey. So through Test cricket, the feeling is that people think that Sibley is relatively shotless, but just before he got selected for the first time for England, there was a match at Trent Bridge where the Bears had conceded a huge score in the first innings. He made a battling double 100 to get the scores almost level, but then a really quick fire 100 to chase down a target on the final day. So he's got that in him, and he may have to play a few shots here. Final ball of the over. Let's see if he tries to take advantage of the field being in. He defends it back. It's deflected onto the stumps by Bailey. Hannon-Dolby was quick enough to get his bat in. End of the over, 290 for 9.
Yeah, and he's also at times for the Bears played a really good role in T20 cricket. He was, when I was at the Bears, in and out of that side, but he certainly demonstrated that he's got shots all around the pitch. So certainly not restricted on that front. Yeah, these are difficult situations, though, particularly when you've been crying out for a score. You know, the team comes first and the team goals come first, but you've done so much hard work. You're going to be reluctant slightly to give it away at this point.
Lancashire have earned their reward through sheer persistence, because it feels like the sort of surface where Warwickshire needed somebody else to also go on and make a big score. And Hayne and Benjamin got starts without going on to make a significant contribution. And Lancashire will be delighted with what's on the board at the moment. Hassan Ali, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Hannon-Dolby, who just defends it with soft hands out into the offside. Won't necessarily see a lot of footwork from Ollie, but
No, but he'll be difficult to remove, I'm sure. I just saw Jimmy Anderson downstairs, actually, and he was saying how good he thought this pitch was and how good the pitches have been generally, and thought maybe the Bears were slightly under as we stand. But, of course, we don't know until both sides bat on the pitch.
And overhead conditions could be a factor as well today, as this is short of a length and comes off the arm guard, and no ball has been called anyway. Hannon-Dolby comes through for a run on top of the no ball, so that should make it 293 for 9. Yeah, I think that was certainly the impression we got yesterday. He's got good carry through to the slip cordon, so if you get it up there, if you get a nick, the chances you're going to get your reward.
Yeah, and the pitches here, from my experience as coach, they can do a little bit on that first day, the first morning, but you've got to cash in. If you were to win the toss and bowl, you generally think about it a bit like the old Edgbaston wickets, and you still bat.
Yeah, I think that was the decision yesterday. Hassan Ali is steered down to third man by Sibley, but in the early part of the over he turns down the run. That previous delivery, whatever contact it made with Hannon-Dolby, he does get off the mark. 293 for 9.
Looks a good bowler, this lad, Ali.
Yeah.
Good signing for Lancashire. The real depth in their bowling department, even without the likes of Saki and Jimmy Anderson around. It's a good attack.
He's quite a slight man and very light on his feet as he digs in a bouncer to Sibley. Almost whispering approach, actually, the way he goes in.
Yeah, and he strikes me as someone who could bowl within himself quite a lot and control the game, but probably bowl spells that will have some pace as well and liven you up a bit. But yeah, it looks quite easy for someone who's slight.
Yeah,
looks quite an easy action. It gets through to the keeper.
Fair bit of shoulder in it, I think, as well, on delivery. He's in now, and that one is chopped down in front of him by Dominic Sibley, angling in. It took him 20 odd overs to get a wicket yesterday, and he was getting a bit frustrated, but he'll sit there now thinking, well, 3 for 75.
Happy days.
Done my job again.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what's been quite nice, and I have seen some highlights from some of the other games, watching the way he goes about his cricket. It's great to have an overseas player, and I'm not saying I've had those who don't want to play, but he clearly just loves bowling and getting wickets.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you need at the start of the season, is someone who's willing to keep running in and bowling and giving it 100%. And that will go down very well with this Lancashire team.
He likes the celebration.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He's not quite Imran Tahir in that, but he certainly enjoys the celebration. Sibley awaits 5th ball of the over. What will he choose to do? Because the field's in. He was hoping to guide it wide of mid-on, but he can't. Villas is very straight in that position. Lancashire will want to expose Hannon Dolby to Bailey for the start of the next over. He worked with some really good overseas pros, and of course Warwickshire benefited from Jeetan Patel being around for so long. Early part of your career you would have played with Alan Donald, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Another exceptional county pro, as well as a world-class performer on the test stage. As Sibley opens up his body here to guide the ball wide of the single slip and decides to take the boundary. 297 for 9, 128 for Sibley. Nice bit of improvisation there.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, just keeps the scoreboard moving as well, which is important. Yeah, just going back to the overseas, I was so incredibly lucky to play with the guys I played with. Alan Donald, Sean Pollock, Brian Lara, and then as a coach, to have someone like Jeetan play so long, almost become a generational player for the Bears. Other guys I've had here, who do I have here? Even someone like Neil Wagner, who just run in all day for you. James Faulkner, fantastic cricketers. But yeah, the years as a player with Donald particularly, an incredible bowler, but incredible human being as well. And the commitment he gave to Warwickshire was just brilliant.
Had a winning mentality that he brought to every game that he played as well.
Well, yeah, and it's always that thing about arriving in the car park, and it's almost the opposition seeing Alan Donald get out of his car. It sent a fear through people, because when you've got that sort of express pace, it would have been like having Wasim Akram here, or even Patrick Patterson back in the day. It just makes a difference. It almost takes care of wickets 8, 9, 10, just like that.
Well, trying to take care of wicket 10 of Lancashire here, with Bailey coming round the wicket to Hannon Dolby, who takes a step forward and shoulders arms as it goes through. Yeah, I mean, Jeetan was the sort of overseas pro that we used to see back in the 70s and 80s, players who played for many years at the same place. Wasim Akram, a great example here, who, whenever he was available for the summer, came and gave great performances for Lancashire. You don't so often see somebody have a 10-year overseas career.
No.
Very rare now. Bailey pushing this one in towards the pads of Hannon Dolby, who's able to block it out on the leg side. Some oohs and ahs.
And it was perhaps a bit more luck than judgment in some ways. Jeets had been over with us as in T20 first, I think, for that period, and I think it was myself, Jim Troughton and Ian Westwood who got together to discuss those overseas options, and we took a bit of a punt on Jeetan, but what we knew was, from our experience of him already, was we had a very capable bowler, we had a great character. The Kiwis are generally all in for the team stuff and committed, really hard working, but I guess no one could have predicted the impact he would have had over so many years. Otherwise it would have been a much easier signing long before. Exactly.
But the all-in mentality, I think, is such a key to it. Bailey, and once again, the Hannon Dolby who leaves it. And I suppose you mentioned Neil Wagner here, in that if you had a tough day and you said to Neil, we're going to need 25 overs out of you today, you would never have balked at that prospect. He'd have been finding ways to create trouble for the opposition.
Yeah, particularly on pitches like these, which at times can go flat. They can be really good pitches. You have to do something different, and you have to run in and hit the deck hard. Sometimes you have to go, a bit sort of chin music, go short for a period, and Neil Wagner could do all of those things.
5th ball of the over, Bailey to Hannon Dolby, who drives him back into his follow-through. His stamina, we were talking about him yesterday actually, his stamina was extraordinary.
Yeah, he was, you know, as a bowler, your typical sort of Duracell bunny, I suppose. Start him up and he'd just keep going, and he'd want to bowl all day. It was about getting wickets. It was almost like I think he felt his career had started late. and he was going to make the most of it while it's going, and he's still going. And again, a terrific addition to a squad, and really enjoyed him playing for us.
Some of the veteran fast bowlers who just keep their hunger for the game. It's interesting seeing Peter Siddle back on the county circuit this year, who, you know, is at an age where most fast bowlers have given it up.
Yeah, and he was here with us as well at Lancs, and another really good guy. You know, you often see these guys from a distance, or you play against them, or you coach against them. You're not sure what they're like, but another really good bloke.
Bailey has a short leg in place now, but Hannon Dolby manages to chip it past him, hit it into the ground actually, past the right hand of Croft. Would have been a long single there, but Sibley wants to face the first ball of the 106th over, because the game within a game at the moment is that Warwickshire on 297 for 9, are 3 runs away from a third batting bonus point, and we saw in that very tight finish in the Championship last year that every point is priceless at this time of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's that, and there's the other. You know, start to become frustrating soon for Lancashire. The openers will be starting to think about batting, and they want to get on with it. And the longer that Sibley and Hannon Dolby can drag this out, the more difficult it becomes.
Hassan Ali starts a new over, just defended through point, and again they'll turn down the run. There is a fielder, I'm not exactly saving a single, but I think as much as anything he's there in case Sibley tries to play the lofted cover drive. So Bohannon is in the covers, 2 slips, everybody else is deep, allowing them a run if they want it in the early part of the over. But I mean, Bohannon's almost a catching position there in a way.
Yeah. I mean, you think now that unless Sibley gets a pie, which is unlikely from Ali, he's going to wait to the last 2 balls.
As he leaves the ball outside off stump once again. And, you know, 2 balls to go. It's a slightly different dynamic this over, because Sibley will know that 1 boundary gets the next job done. Just needed one other player, as I said earlier, one other player to make a score, and Warwickshire would have had something big on the board. Lancashire will see it the same way. You need two guys to go big in your first innings on a surface as true as this. With decent pace, you do get your reward for your shots as well, as this is driven straight by Sibley. And they'll think about 2. Hannon Dolby is turning on the fielder. Oh, has it slipped under him? Or has he landed on top of the ball?
No, he's thrown the ball.
Oh, he's thrown it. He's made himself a bit uncomfortable here, Dane Velas. In fact, he's down and rueful at the moment.
I think he's...
Did he end up with his side on the ball? That could be very painful if you do that.
No, I think he threw the ball, but I think, unlike me and you, Rich, there's not a lot of Dane Villas, and I think he landed on his hip bone or his backside.
Yeah, I mean, it's reassuring for you. I'm at least 1.5 your side.
That's very kind.
But that I was never a professional sportsman. It shows. It's bad enough that I've already described my beer exploits from last night, really, isn't it?
I came in the back end of that conversation. So where did you go?
The Dockyard, because I've been staying in Media City.
Okay.
And it's a really, really good pub, good craft ale, nice atmosphere. There is something about being able to pat somebody else's dog as they come round as well. It's nice in a pub when it's like that. It's relaxed. As Hannon Dolby is able to jab at a ball on and around off stump, it bounced into the hands of Croft. So Velas did keep them down to a single. He may have done himself a mischief in the process, and he's still stretching in the gully at the moment. He's not happy with life.
It was a great bit of fielding. I think that's what did Dom Sibley. Probably hit the shot, run on the shot as much as anything, think he'd get 2, and one of the only guys on the field who would have stopped 2 there is Dane Villas, who was at long on.
And Ollie Hannon Dolby didn't necessarily get those stilt-like legs running quite as quickly for the first, as he pushes the ball out into the offside. Again, not a lot of foot movement, but soft hands. Misfield from Hannon isn't going to exactly be costly. 1 ball left in this over. Hannon Dolby has seen 11 deliveries for his 1 run. Wouldn't be that surprised if Hassan Ali went a bit short with this last delivery. He's already Hit him on the arm guard once. He's got both of this morning's wickets. McAndrew trapped LBW for 15 miles. A thin edge through to Phil Salt for 4. And now bowls to Hannon Dolby, and it is the short ball, probably too short, but it's a no ball as well, and that no ball gives Warwickshire that third batting bonus point. So that undoes a little bit of his good work there, and it's eased that element of pressure as Warwickshire's 300 comes up for the loss of 9 wickets. So it'll be 3 bonus points each in the opening innings of this match.
Yep, that'll be a relief for the Bears. A little bit sloppy from Hassan Ali, but nice for that to be off Dom Sibley's back.
Gives him a little bit more freedom as Hassan Ali bowls short outside off stump. It swings after it passes the stump, so Salt has to propel himself to the right to capture it. End of the over, 300 for 9.
So tell me, I wasn't here yesterday, so you talked about Hayne particularly not going on. I mean, how's he? You know, I know of Sam obviously quite well. How has he played this year? I've not seen much cricket.
He's looked in really good order. If anything, the frustration would be, again, not converting starts into hundreds. He's got 2 half-centuries. You know, his lowest score's 29. He was on 38 yesterday, had played himself in, looking good. Parkinson comes into the attack. They looked like they wanted to get on top of Matt Parkinson straight away. They'd pushed a couple of quick singles. I think it was his 4th ball. He's come down the wicket and just flicked him straight into the hands of short extra cover. It was one of those that drives you mad, actually, because all the hard work had been done. But he's been batting very, very well, a bit like when he first broke into the Warwickshire team. So Bailey bowls to Sibley, and again, he's not going to take the long single that's been offered him there.
And it sounds like that's been the tale of the summer then. If his low score's 29, did you say?
Yeah, so all 5 innings between 29 and 78 so far.
Blimey, okay. And that's that, you know, I know the players I've played with, the likes of Vaughan, Trescothick, you know, you get 30, you don't get out.
Bailey onto the pads of Sibley, but again turns down the single to square leg. Luke Wood comes in. He's averaging 48 in 5 innings, and yet you feel that it could have been 70 that he's averaging.
Well, he's certainly gifted. He's you know, one of the most talented young players I've had the pleasure to view, and obviously the 2 white ball formats, his stats are incredible, but this is probably the format he's still yet to truly master.
Appeal for LBW as Sibley was turned around a bit there, wanted to force the ball through mid-wicket. The way he's jiggling his leg would suggest it's hit a fleshy part. It was a sustained appeal from Bailey. There wasn't a lot of help coming from Phil Salt, actually.
No, it looked high, didn't it? Dom's a big guy as well. Looked like it hit him above the knee roll. Always a chance that on these good pitches here at Lancashire it's going to go over.
Not quite a sharp a morning spell this from Tom Bailey as yesterday, who just put it in beautiful areas for the first hour of play. Deserved more than he got, actually, from the opening salvo. And he bowls a short ball to Sibley there. He looks like a man who's in his 27th over since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, a little bit, which is forgivable.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Tom. Again, another one I enjoyed working with here. Certainly, as with most bowlers, of course, when the ball's swinging or moving, offering something, that shiny ball, it almost gathers pace for a bowler of his type off the pitch. But you know, certainly capable in all conditions, and again, playing on pitches that are this good, you've got to be doing something right. Field wickets.
Field comes in now and simply backs away slightly to try and create an angle to steer the ball through the offside, but he can't puncture that inner ring. Balderson does the fielding.
And the pitches are good here. I mean, they're different, which is great. You know, I think it's one of the things of cricket. You want different types of surfaces around the country, different surfaces for players to try and learn their game on. But these are terrific here.
And again comes Bailey, and that'll be a maiden over, steered up towards mid-on. We're in a little bit then of a stalemate situation here, where Lancashire will persist in wanting Dominic Sibley to take singles in the early part of an over. He'll carry on turning them down, and then they'll try and expose Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and now they'll bring a bit of added devilment into things, because there's never a dull moment, as we found yesterday when Luke Wood is in the attack, and it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if Ollie Hannon-Dolby's arm guard and chest protector get a bit of a test in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. He's a bit in that mould of Wagner. You know, he'll come in and run in all day and hit the deck hard. Slight of stature as well, and therefore makes it difficult if someone of that height with the angles digs it into the pitch. Not always comfortable to get under the ball, particularly when you're the size of OHD down that end. But yeah, I'd expect him to rough him up. I'm a bit surprised we've not seen spin. A little bit of leg spin, particularly. For any tail ender, that can be challenging.
Yeah, it's one of those things with this cloud cover. It's tempting to stick with the seam, and well, first ball, he bowls it up into the pads of Hannon-Dolby, who clips it into the hands of Croft at short leg, and it bounces off them and away, and it looked like it was bat. The reaction of the player suggests it might have been, but it did come at him very, very quickly.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of both, a bit of inside edge onto pad, but yeah, it didn't lob by any means. It would have been a fantastic catch. Quite interesting to see Croft still in there at short leg with his experience of years. He's not managed to pass that baton on to anyone else on the field.
Maybe there's something in his psychology that he enjoys it in there. Does anybody? Shorter ball left alone by Hannon-Dolby. Did leave the bat up a bit high there, which you might want to watch.
Well, he's definitely Croft is one of the, I suppose, warriors of the Lancashire team. Very proud Lancastrian. Amazing and great to see him still playing, actually, the way he is and the way he's performing for this side. But you know, again, one of those solid characters you need in the team, but tough, always taking a step forward.
He's very square, actually, where he's fielding. As the ball is down the leg side, there's an appeal for a catch behind, but that was, again, rapidly ended without Graham Lloyd having to make any sort of decision. The score remains 300 for 9. I don't think I ever saw you at short leg. I'm pretty sure I saw you at silly point a couple of times, but
I think I did short leg once in a test match. Oof. And that was, I was second short leg to Steve Harmison when he was in his pomp, so I didn't feel particularly threatened.
Yeah, okay. If anybody was going to produce the hook shot at that point, good luck to him.
Good luck to him. Yeah.
Wood to Hannon-Dolby, who drives nicely, but Wood gets a left paw on that and diverts it just past the stumps, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've got you know, if anyone who does short leg to spin, it can be a pretty tough role, that, particularly for, you know, when you know you're playing against guys who sweep the ball really well. Some of the Australians I can mention, like Gilchrist and Hayden, pretty scary experience, I should imagine.
Just a bit, yeah. Need danger money for that job. Shorter ball from Wood, ducks out of it, does Ollie Hannon-Dolby. I did see one of your best moments ever in the field in a game for Warwickshire, but you'd already had a very good day. It was one-day game against Derbyshire.
I was just going to say, I wonder it was that catch off Alan Donald.
Yeah, and it was on the boundary, and you know, in the days before, it's become commonplace now, this, but it was one of those catches where you're right up against the rope and you're throwing it up in the air, step back on and taking the catch. I mean, now we see it all the time in the IPL and the Big Bash and the 100. But
yeah. So you're calling me an innovator, Richard,
I think so.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, not only that, an innovator in fielding. I mean,
who would have thought? Yeah.
But you made 100 batting at 3 that day as well, didn't you?
I did, yeah. Yeah, had a decent day, actually. And
yeah.
I think it was Dominic Cork I caught, actually.
Wood round the wicket, bowling into the body of Hannon-Dolby here, and he is going to be called through for a run by Dom Sibley. In fact, they're going to come back for 2 on the arm, and that probably should have been tighter than it was, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouted, oh no. I probably shouldn't have done that on comms when Ollie set off for the second there, but in the end, made it quite comfortably.
That was quite curious, because that looked like a very short 2. Was it Parkinson, the fielder? That might be. They might have taken a bit of a chance on the arm of Parkinson, to be fair. Hannon-Dolby's to 3, 302 for 9. Look, you're biased towards both teams here. These are two teams that are in your heart, so that's kind of...
It's nice to come and watch these two teams who I've had an involvement with. It's also nice to come watch cricket with nothing on it.
Yeah.
So that which hasn't been the case for a few years, so I am enjoying it.
That's the fun of this job, trust me. As this is driven by Sibley up towards Long Off. The other joy of doing cricket over football is that fans don't tend to then abuse you on social media for being the reporter. I just, hanging it out there. we had a conversation off air a bit about that earlier, but yeah. Yeah,
I certainly I don't miss Twitter either. I gave up my tweeting a couple of years ago, and I think that was a good move.
Yeah, the good moments on Twitter are fewer and further between, sadly, these days. Bailey's bowled a slower ball, a fuller ball, and Sibley jabs down on it and guides it up towards long on. And still the stalemate continues. We've seen 29 runs added this morning. This is the 13th over. So it's not been without incident. Of course, the 2 wickets taken by Hassan Ali, removing McAndrew and Miles. And it's just a question of when Lancashire's innings begins. As Sibley thought about taking the run to the 3rd ball, but Bailey is quick to chase after it. The other factor today is that the weather could well play a part here, and it could be a stop-start day for Lancashire if the weather that we're expecting comes in.
Yeah. I just watching this passage now, what the next move is. It's almost, we're in that sort of stalemate. Whether I'd be tempted now if I was Dom just to play a bit more normally, have a bit of faith in. I know he's your number 11, but he can bat, Ollie.
Sibley will take the run to the 4th ball of the over, which he plays through square leg. Luke Wood does the fielding. 130 now to Sibley. 303 for 9. If he ends the innings unbeaten, if he carries his bat here, Sibley, that will take his average for the season into the 50s, which I think will give him some real encouragement. He got a couple of starts in the win against Essex. In fact, he and Alex Davis saw the Bears over the line by 10 wickets.
Yeah.
But this was a very different innings yesterday, and after a probing opening session from Lancashire, he would look very confident through the afternoon. And the sumptuous straight drives on the highlights package were quite something. 2 slips in place for Hannon Dolby. That's too far outside off stump though from Bailey.
I think just getting back to the situation as well, if you're not, so we saw on that 4th ball, Dom just clipping off his legs and taking the 1. If you're not looking to wait for the last 2 balls, or you're not looking to be more aggressive, you might as well do that 2nd ball. I know you're giving OHD more, but actually your upside's no different. If you get my drift, unless you're taking a more positive approach, you may as well just start batting normally.
It's a juggling act.
It is.
As Hannon Dolby drives the final ball of the over, won't beat the field with that. There'll be no run. It's the end of the over. I shall make way because Scott is ready to move in. I'll catch you a bit later.
Great. Thanks, Rich.
Ash, you can sum up the situation after an hour this morning.
Yeah, it's been an interesting hour's play. The first hour of cricket I've watched this summer and thoroughly enjoyed it, watching 2 of my old sides, Lancashire and Warwickshire, and it's all of it's been an interesting period. But this bit now, the next move for Warwickshire, how does Dom Sibley play this next few overs? Hello, Scott.
Hello, Ashley. How are you?
Very good. Great to be back.
It's lovely to see you. I was just thinking, I can't believe it was 2015, wasn't it? The T20 final with Edgbaston. Where have the years gone?
I don't know. It's frightening. It is frightening.
It's crazy.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I look at myself, my kids growing up, look at the ground, how that's changing again. But it only seems like yesterday, that fabulous day we had at Edgbaston.
That's muscled away through mid-wicket by Dom Sibley, but plenty of bodies out on the boundary. And he picks out one of them, Keaton Jennings, at deep mid-wicket, and there's no run. 303 for 9. Yes, 2015. What a night that was. Yeah. Brilliant fun.
You've not changed much, though.
Neither of you, Ash, as well.
I was looking for that. Thank you.
I took you were fishing. So.
After the last couple of years, I've certainly got a bit greyer. Felt a bit older, but no, it was I mean, those moments stay with you forever. It was a really special day.
Wood in, bowls. driven firmly. It's a glorious shot right down the ground, and such is the timing. Even with a long off and a long on, he cannot neither get across to cut that off. What a lovely looking straight drive from Sibley for 4.
Yeah, and that's a different intent straight away. It was a full ball, it was there to be driven, but that's sort of what I'm getting at. How is Dom going to play this? Because if you're just going to take 1 and over, the game's sort of going nowhere, but he's got to look to score. And then what does he do on those last 3 balls? Again, does he wait for the last 2 and try and play more aggressively to get boundaries? But I like that intent from Sibley.
Moves on to 134 not out. Wood left arm around the wicket, swatted away through the offside. Doesn't take a single. Score remains on 307 for 9. Why is it? It's almost. I was just chatting downstairs to some of our colleagues in the press room. It's kind of almost default tactic, this, isn't it? Why would you do this and just not? I know why they're doing it, but why not just try and get Sibley out?
Yeah, well, I think they are at the same time. They've still got to slip in. They could have. You could argue they could have 2, but I'd like to see
Wood into Sibley. That's squirted away down to third man for a single.
Sometimes the situations mix it up a bit more.
Okay.
So occasionally, yeah, do this, but sometimes bring them up on the second ball. And just try and play with the batsman a bit, get in his head as to how he's going to play the game. But yes, I think what you're saying is if Sibley continues to play normally, we'll keep the field up until he demonstrates that he's going to do something much different. If you bowl a length, you bowl a length. The game hasn't changed, and if he wants to take a risk, he takes a risk. You've got a chance of getting him out. If he suddenly goes into expansive mode, then you play with your field. But these are really frustrating periods, out there, but also as the coach downstairs, the head coach. All you want to do, get that last wicket, get in and get your innings started with a bat.
Hannon Dolby back on strike. Wood left arm over the wicket, just tries to nudge the ball away out towards square leg. It deflects into the offside, and Stephen Croft under the helmet at short leg jumps across the pitch and scoops up the ball, and there is no run. I
think that's why I'd quite, in this situation, I know there's overheads, like to see some leg spin, because I think that's the thing that tail enders don't see. You could say, well, it's slower, so it's easier, but someone who spins the ball both ways, that's why you bat at 11, because you generally can't deal with it that well. And then you can play with your field still, but good luck to Sibley, even if he wants to come down and try and hit out the park.
Hannon Dolby leans back and the ball just deflects off him away into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. So we've had 110, and Warwickshire maybe mixed emotions perhaps, Ash, because they've got to 300s, they've got that batting bonus point, but maybe in the broader context of the match they'll be a little disappointed. It's only 300 maybe. I'm not quite sure what their feeling will be downstairs.
Yeah, difficult. I've not seen the pitch, but watching this morning it looks typically good. Old Trafford wicket. So yeah, those huddles would have been interesting this morning, because the Lancs team would have been saying, well, we want to finish off as soon as we can, but we've done well there. If we can keep them sub, where are we now? 308. If we can keep them sub 320, we can easily get a lead on this pitch, and we know what leads do when you go into a third innings. It can be challenging for the side going in. And then on the other half, you'd have had the Bears going, right, we know, still eke this out. But when we bowl, we know there's a bit. You're trying to get the positives out of both situations. But overall, yeah, I would think, looking at what I've seen this morning, the Bears would probably think they're a bit light.
Well, you've got your wish. We've got a bit of leg spinning. It's going to be Matt Parkinson from the James Anderson end. He's got Dom Sibley on strike, and a slip in place. Parkinson twirls in for the first time today, and that's eased away through the offside for no run by Sibley, who remains on 135. Not out. It's a wonderful knot this from Sibley. He'll be, I'm sure, determined to try and carry his bat. He's been excellent to watch. He's put this together. Strides forward in defence to Parkinson's next delivery. Rolls back down the pitch, gathered by Parkinson, no run.
And this is tough for Dom. He's now got to make pace on the ball as well as thinking about manoeuvring the strike.
Parkinson into him, he just shuffles back and nudges the ball away into the onside. Parkinson has to field and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a good effort with this field, as it's set at the moment, to go over it or beat it, to put that much pace on the ball. Because Parky naturally, his pace is slow, unless he bowls you a rank half tracker or full toss. It's not easy.
Parkinson to Sibley. Goes back and works the ball away through the offside. He takes a single this time. And he moves his score onto 136 not out. Warwickshire to 309 for 9. Hannon Dolby's got 2 deliveries of Parkinson to face, and as you'd expect, everyone's creeping in. Everyone was positioned out towards the boundary. Most players are staying in, albeit they are leaving a couple out.
Yep, Parky would be smelling blood here. He'd be thinking, can I get that nice 3rd wicket, which would be a good return for him in the first innings. Be pleased with that.
Well, he's got a slip and a forward short leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg. And Parkinson's in and bowling to Hannon Dolby, who's just playing it all very calmly.
Looked like the other one, that, was it? A Google?
Could have been. Spoke to him the other week at Canterbury about what he's done in the winter.
Yeah.
Obviously he's had a lot of time travelling away with England and not yet having that chance to play. This is swept by Hannon Dolby out to deep backward square leg. Caught it nicely, but obviously declines the run. So Sibley's on strike for the next over at 309 for 9. Hannon Dolby on 3. And he was speaking to me about his variations and what he's tried to work on. Obviously a man that you know well, the Bears know well. Jeetan Patel working a lot with him in the winter on these various tours. How he's tried to develop the googly. And he was saying to me he's not quite got it absolutely spot on, but just getting a little bit more confidence in using it. And he didn't call it a top spinner, actually called it kind of like it wasn't a full-on top spinner he was describing, but it's that kind of out the front of the hand a little bit more.
Yeah, so it's slidey. Yeah.
It's a slidey one.
Yeah.
Wood in to Sibley.
In the old days, it'd just been called a straight ball, wouldn't it? But it's like how Warner used to bowl. God bless him. That one out the front of the hand. He had so many. Well, he could put so much spin on it. Certainly his leg spin in his later years. That the straight one was one almost that bamboozled you at times, just slid out the front. But look, Parky's still relatively inexperienced of bowling, young, isn't he? And he just needs to play more, doesn't he? And the more he plays, the more he'll master his art. But he's already very good at it, and I think he has huge potential. If anything, I don't mind saying this on air. I'd like to see him try and bowl a little bit quicker. So I think against, if we're talking about Test cricket against the best players, I think people could sit back a bit on good pitches and play him off the back foot a bit at the pace he bowls a lot of the time. But when a wicket spins, he's going to be dangerous, definitely.
309 for 9. Luke Wood for Lancashire. Left arm around the wicket, bowls. Flicked by Sibley through that leg side. And timed beautifully for 4. Wow, that's just a little clip off the pads. There's 2 fielders on that leg side boundary, deep square, deep mid-wicket, and he's put it between the pair of them.
Yeah, that's in his sweet spot, and he's 140 odd not out. That's I say meat and drink might be a bit harsh, but for Dom, and that demonstrates how good his balance is, and it should be how long he's batted for. But it's a beautiful piece of timing.
Absolutely raced out towards the building site. Crashed into the advertising board for 4. He's on to 140 not out. Plays forward in defence, but he takes a single on this occasion. He's worked up towards that mid-on region. And a little hesitation. A quick glance up at the scoreboard will tell him that he's got just the 2 balls left of the over. So that's where he's given Hannon Dolby. Sibley moves on to 141. The score moves on to 314 for 9. And again, everybody comes creeping in a little nearer.
What's his partnership worth now, Scott? My eyes aren't very good. I can't see it on the board. What was the fall of the last wicket?
Fall of the last wicket was
288.
Why can't I see it on that board? Yes, 288. Well, that's spotted. That's spotted. Done okay, these two, haven't they?
Yeah.
Frustrating Lancashire.
Niggly. This is niggly. when you're out in the field and you want to get back in.
Wood, left arm over the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Defended through the onside for no run.
So what's been wrong with Keaton this year?
Calf injury.
Okay.
So he had a calf injury last season that ruled him out at the end of last year, and got himself fit obviously through the winter, and then it was his other calf that went in a pre-season match, so he missed the first 3 games. So there's a bit of bad luck with that.
Important return for the team, that though. Good bloke, really good player. Solid citizen, I think you'd call him.
He's at slip, waiting to pounce, but this is not a chance for him as Hannon Dolby flicks the ball down towards Parkinson at fine leg, and there's no run. And those two have negotiated the over nicely. They put on 5 runs in it, and Hannon Dolby only having to face a couple of deliveries. 314 for 9.
Looks like OHD's getting his stride. Disappointed that Dom didn't want to take that single off the last ball of the over. Perhaps he fancies a bit of Matt Parkinson, but yeah, it's a good little partnership this now that's building. Jennings and Wells will be thinking about their batting and when's it going to happen, and the closer you get to lunch, the more difficult that session, you know, if you're not within the coming off period, then it becomes for them. Going out there for 10-15 minutes is never very nice.
Parkinson in, bowls, and Sibley hammers it down the ground, and they toy with the idea. They consider a single off the first delivery and then decide against it. Which would have been an interesting move had they gone through for one.
Nice looking shot. It's one of those you almost run for the shot again. You hit it so well, you think, oh, I'll go, but there was no way they were coming back for 2.
Yeah, everybody back on the rope. Just that one slip in place, which is Luke Wells, the keeper, the bowler, the 2 batters and the umpire. That's what we've got in the middle. Simply drives through the offside. And again for no run. Yeah, it's an interesting fact to put into it. The possibility of Lancashire having to come out and face an awkward little session leading up to lunch. It's frustrating Lancashire, which is slowly adding to the total for the Bears, and potentially it might mean a pretty annoying little period for the 2 Lancashire openers to face. Forward again, Sibley, working the ball out through the leg side.
Yeah, and all the time the clouds seem to be gathering a bit more as well, which makes it better bowling conditions. I hope we don't get any rain, but I believe there's a bit possibly forecast this afternoon.
Yeah, there's a suggestion a little bit later on maybe. But these things can change. Been quite lucky for April. No, I don't think Lancashire have had too much disruptions. So Sibley works the ball away through the offside. Does take a run this time. So again, it'll be the 2 deliveries for Hannon Dolby to face. Sibley moves to 142, 315 for 9.
Yeah, I've so this is the first live cricket I've seen. I've not seen a great. We've been away for the last 3 weeks, but the results looks like there's been quite a few longer draws without much interruption of weather as well, which is, I have to say, I'm quite pleased to see. I'd like to see some longer cricket and hard cricket, not be too easy for the bowlers to take wickets at this time of the year. And looking at some of the scores, it looks like it's gone that way.
And plenty of runs around.
Yeah.
As Parkinson's into Hannon Dolby. Nudged off the front foot for no run. Glenn Chappell, almost every time I speak to him before a pre-season, before a season starts, he'll say to me, it's hard work to win games there, but it should be hard work. 4-day cricket should be hard work to win. You should have to, put everything into it to win a 4-day match. Parkinson brings Hannon Dolby forward, and that is the end of the innings. He's got a good stride. The ball just clips the stump, and Parkinson does mop up the tail as predicted. Hannon Dolby has been bowled by Matt Parkinson for 3, and Warwickshire all out for 315, and it's Lancashire's leg spinner with a lovely delivery that beats that forward press in between bat and pad, and Warwickshire all out 315. Yeah,
it's a lovely bit of bowling. It's probably the first ball he's got in that right, particularly length, but that's what leg spinners can do. You know he's going to spin the ball. And again, that's as a tail ender. You could say, well, there's gap between bat and pad, or you've pushed out in front. Well, that's a tricky delivery for someone who bats 11. But well done, Dom Sibley carries back through that innings, given everything that's happened for him over the last year, and perhaps even the way he started this season. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, superb from Sibley, and get an excellent response from his teammates on the balcony down below us, and that is richly deserved for Dom Sibley. I've enjoyed his day and a bit so far in Manchester. And, Parkinson wrapping up the innings, 315 all out Warwickshire. And I suppose, an hour and 15 minutes this morning, Lancashire should be happy that it's not gone on too far. Warwickshire will be pretty happy that they've got that extra batting bonus point. There's perhaps things that both dressing rooms can take from the morning session, maybe.
Yeah, Warwickshire would have been happy to get that third batting point, definitely, but Lancashire have retained control, really, of the game. It's not got sloppy, it's not got out of hand, a couple of no balls, but apart from that, I think they'll still go in now thinking, now they've got that last wicket, that I think Warwickshire, we've got to bat well, but they may be under par here, and if we can get any if Lancashire can get any sort of a lead, then obviously they're well and truly in the game.
Excellent. Right, little innings break, so we will be back with you shortly, but that's where we stand on day 2 of this fixture here at Emirates Old Trafford. Well battered Dom Sibley, having managed to carry his bat for the Bears. Just give you the full details of that Sibley innings for you before we leave you for a few minutes. Dom Sibley, 142 not out, 329 balls faced, and 18 fours. And he got some support. Sam Hain, 38. Chris Benjamin's 47. Also helping Warwickshire reach 315. And Lancashire's bowlers, 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 3 for Hassan Ali, and 3 for Matt Parkinson, with 1 for Luke Wood as well. So 3:15 all out. Lancashire going to have around about half an hour or so to bat leading up to lunch on day 2. And we'll bring you the start of that Lancashire reply in the next few minutes. So a pretty tricky 35 minutes or so for Lancashire to try and negotiate up until the lunch interval. That's Keaton Jennings walking out. First game of the season for Keaton Jennings. He's back after recovering from a calf injury. He's had a couple of dodgy calf problems last season and this season. Let's hope his dodgy calves are behind him and he's back fully fit. And it's great to see Keaton back out there. And Luke Wells alongside him. Two tall left-handers to open the batting for Lancashire. It'll dance at the hips from Keaton Jennings. But he's such a senior player in the team, isn't he, Ash? Lancashire will be thrilled to have him back.
Yeah, and a signing of that sort of calibre, ilk, if you like, is so important because Keaton adds so much more than just being out there and scoring runs. He's it'd be sort of that, the architect of an environment you'd want in a dressing room. A really good guy, solid pair of hands, good thinker. A key member of a dressing room.
We hear a lot about that, about kind of characters within dressing room. I wonder whether or not, as we see Hannon Dolby to open up from the Jimmy Anderson end, he bowls to Wells, it's left and through to Burgess, there's no run. And whether cricket is a little unique with that because you spend so long together. You obviously want the player has to be of the quality you want and the type of player you want, but how much is character put into it, someone's personality put into it?
Yeah, it's really important. I think it's a jigsaw. You wouldn't want everyone the same. You wouldn't want 11 Keaton Jennings. You wouldn't want 11 Kevin Petersons, for example. But you need a good mix, and you certainly need those guys who are your steady culture people, if you like. And it doesn't mean you don't need those game changers, the flamboyance, the risk. But fundamentally, it's for me, you start with your people. Your people are the most important thing. They're your resource. And you talk about cricket. I'm sure football's the same.
Yeah.
I know we look at these players and they're paid this and they're this good, but I bet Jurgen Klopp's looking. In his team, he has guys who are his absolute rocks within that team that he can rely on to boss that dressing room and make sure it runs smoothly.
Here comes Hannon Dolby back into to Wells, who's in behind it and defends safely back down the pitch, and there's no run. 3 slips and a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. That's what Hannon Dolby has set for his first over.
And you need the same in your coaching teams as well. From my experience, and you probably learn as you go along that you need different thinkers. So if for example, when I was head coach at Warwickshire, I had a Graham Welsh next to me who thought differently, who pushed certain buttons, and at times we wouldn't agree, but I think we complemented each other really well the way we worked.
And then Dolby to Luke Wells, who's forward in defence. Ball bounces out into the offside, picked up by Miles at point, and there's no run.
Speaking of safe hands, there's OHD bowling again, who I think has done a phenomenal job, both with the Bears, but in his career. I think he's one of those guys we've just been talking about, who exactly, everyone needs an OHD in their dressing room.
And I've missed watching that quirky right arm of his going wafting around as he comes in and bowls, and it's pushed away into the offside again by Wells, and there is no run. Good stop by Miles, just backward of point.
Yeah, he makes, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, Ollie, if you hear this back, he makes bowling look awkward or difficult at times, but he does a fantastic job, and he does what it says on the tin, really, what you should be doing this time of year, hitting back of a length, trying to hit the top of the stumps, and always challenging the batters. And he's played a number of different roles for the Bears, but he seems to be Mr. Consistency at the moment.
He's great to watch, isn't he? He's fantastic for the kind of opposition point of view type thing as well. Hannon Dolby in and bowling to Wells. Bit of extra bounce there. He has to get up onto his toes, and he able to fend that delivery off. Picked up out into the offside. There's no run. So that's the first over done. Hannon Dolby starts off with a maiden. Bet there'd be a few of those before the day's done. Lancashire a 0 for 0. Richard's coming in after a few thoughts from Ash.
Yeah, there was a little bit of bounce in that last delivery. And the new ball, you expect it to offer a little bit more, but hit quite high up on the bats. Maybe a bit of bit of handle glove in that from the Hannah Dolby delivery, but a good start, and that's exactly what you want, Rich. The start of an innings is what OHD's done there. Challenge the batsman to play as much as possible with that new ball.
It is. It's about now backing him up, and that's what they've had a bit of inconsistency with, the pace attack so far this year. They've only managed to get Liam Norwell out for 1 game out of 4, and he got concussed, unfortunately, but he got hit on the helmet. So Craig Miles gets the new ball today, ahead of Nathan McAndrew, the overseas quick, who had a tough first week at Somerset, 0 for 100 in his first game. And it's Miles who draws Jennings forward in defence out into the offside. Davis does the fielding. It's quite interesting when they were just doing their warm-ups with Matt Mason, the bowling coach, Warwickshire, that Ollie Halland-Dolby did all his warm-ups round the wicket, knowing that he had 2 left-handers to bowl at.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah,
attention to detail.
Specificity. Yeah. You know, practice what you're going to have to do and deliver in a game, and you've got to be adaptable and flexible, but you wouldn't expect anything else from OHD.
You did want to go for that word off no run-up at all. Specificity. Oh, no, I'm not even there. Miles full on a round off stump forward, almost walking into his defensive Keaton Jennings.
So I've not seen McAndrew bowl. Tell me a bit about what you saw, if you saw last week.
I've only seen the footage of it from watching the feed from the game down at Taunton, but he's got a very straightforward action. He's broad in the shoulder. He's a strong guy. He's not rapid, but he's got decent pace to him. Hits the track reasonably hard. The feeling is he will suit English conditions. So I'm sure it'll probably be this afternoon that we get a chance to look at him now. But I think he found it tough in the opening week, as this is again well pitched up by Miles and defended in much the same way that Mark Steckerty has found it a little bit difficult learning about English conditions.
Yeah.
It's brand new to them.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's different lengths, different conditions.
Yeah.
Wearing 2 sweaters most of the day for a start is probably slightly different from what they'd be used to. But I was trying to have a look at his record earlier, just quickly, because I don't know much about McAndrew, but I was surprised. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's only got about 34 first-class wickets.
Yeah, he hasn't played many games.
No,
is the truth. Miles, right arm over to Jennings, past the outside edge and through to the wicket-keeper, just offered a shape away from the left-hander. He's got a good pace going there, Miles.
Yeah, this is a good start, as you said, backing up that first over from Halland-Dolby, but so far, absolutely, that's exactly the areas you want to be challenging left-handers. You know, I know we always talk about top of off, but you know, if you bowl that top of off, top of fourth, you're always going to be challenging with a new ball, and so far that's what he's done.
Quite a long approach, 25 yards plus for Miles, who's turned off his pads by Jennings. He gets off the mark with a single. 1 without loss. 1 ball left in this second over. With Australian seamers like that, and you look at their records and you think, well, it's relatively little state cricket. The Sheffield Shield is a short tournament spread over quite a period of months. I know they play a lot of grade cricket, which is a format that's very foreign to us, with you know, one team batting one Saturday, the other team batting the following Saturday.
Yeah.
So where do they produce the bowlers from? Where are they getting the competitive cricket that creates this really competitive environment for seam bowlers heading for the Australian Test team? How do they do it?
That's a good point. Well, the one thing you do know over there is the pitches are consistently good, and it's not easy just to run up and put it somewhere near a length and get wickets. So I think what you tend to find with Australian quicks is they actually hit the pitch harder to hit the top of the stumps, rather than, I think the traditional English bowlers can be a bit more kissy.
Yeah.
Get the ball and just kiss the top of the wicket, which in our conditions suits perfectly. We've seen, you know, Jimmy Anderson, well, the greatest of all time. So, you know, that his record tells a story, but he tends to be a bit more that, you know, get the ball to swing both ways, but kiss the top of the surface, where we saw this winter, all of the Australians, even when Boland came in at the back end, hit those lengths harder, because over there on those pitches you have to make something happen. If the ball's going to go up and down, you need to make sure you hit the pitch.
And you know, we'd probably have viewed him as a journeyman pro at the point that he breaks into Test cricket in his 30s.
Yeah, he was an incredible job. You couldn't have written it, could you? You couldn't have written much of it, actually, but we won't go into that.
You didn't even clench your teeth as he said that. As Hannon Dolby begins a new over, and forward in defence is Jennings. Davis scuttles in from mid-off to do the fielding. And funny, the type of bowling you described there, and I think Nathan McAndrew has come in trying to bowl that Australian length.
Yeah.
And Mark Steckety at Essex, exactly the same thing. And they will get there. I suppose, again, that's the beauty for England, in that Stuart Broad is probably more the Australian style of bowler.
Yep.
In that he hits the pitch harder.
Yep. And smart. You know, you played that long, you get the ball, you know, whether it's wobble seam.
And always defended into the offside by Jennings.
Or sort of pulling a batsman around the crease with your lines. I mean, that's where, you know, both Jimmy and Broady are just experts at their trade that they've learned over a long period of time, and you know, at some point they're going to move on. Hope it's not just yet, and when they do, there's going to be as we know, it's been discussed, hasn't it? There's going to be a massive hole.
Yeah, you just don't replace people like that overnight, and a few will try and a few will fail along the way. As Hannon Dolby bowls back of a length outside off stump, there's a bit of movement through the air after it passes the batsman, but nothing that would concern Keaton Jennings. Lancashire's main priority, getting through to lunch intact with about 25 minutes to go.
Just watching Alex Davis at mid-off. I wonder how much or how little he's saying today out there with his old team and at the crease.
Yeah, he hasn't earned banter rights.
No.
With yesterday's knock. As the ball is left by Jennings rather more safely than the one that Alex Davis left from Tom Bailey that destroyed his off stump.
Yeah, he wouldn't have enjoyed that. They're good old mates, as I remember, Bailey and Davis, but he looks like he's close enough there, as though he's trying to chirp a little bit, and he's not normally short of a word or two to say. So
at mid-off, he is closer to the batsman than the umpire. That tells you how close he is. So Keaton Jennings will be able to hear him. I think we can be fairly certain of that. As Jennings pushes forward and Davis is quick to his right and fields. It's quite a nimble group of fielders, actually, that the Bears have got out there. With Miles at point and Davis at mid-off. 3 slips and a gully in place. Benjamin is the gully. Yates, Hayne and Rhodes the 3 slips. McAndrew is out in the pasture at the moment. And there's a mid-wicket, got a square mid-wicket and a mid-on. Sibley at mid-on. My process of elimination, I'll get to who the mid-wicket is in a minute. As full delivery from Hannon Dolby outside off stump, driven with no timing by Jennings. End of the over, another maiden from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Lancashire replying to Warwickshire's 315 all out, one without loss.
I think the mid-wicket was Briggs, isn't it? I think.
See that? Well, yeah. See, you got there ahead of me.
Just watching him move, it looks a bit like Briggsy. I don't know all of these Bears as I would have done in the old days, as by how they move, as I say, as well as I might have done. But looks like Danny.
Well, as they say, once a bear, always a bear.
Yep. Yep.
So it's quite emotional, the farewells at the end of season dinner.
Yeah.
Been lucky enough to attend a few of those in recent years. It's quite a moment. I've ended up being the voice of the gods at that in recent years, which was quite amusing because you sat at a table hearing your own voices. But Miles bowls outside off stump, but is driven beautifully square by Luke Wells, who gets off the mark in fine style there.
Yeah, that's a really that's a pretty shot. Overpitched from Miles. Been a kiss of death, I think. Commentator's curse since I said something about his, holding those lengths and backing up OHD. He's got a bit leg side and then a bit full there on the offside to Wells, but beautifully put away.
It was a nice shot, the square drive. If you get one of those away, you feel like it might be a good day for you.
They always look better when you're left-handed as well.
True.
I mean, I was never particularly pretty in anything I did. Still not, to be honest, Rich, but
you were effective. You were successful.
I'll take effective.
Miles onto the pads of Wells.
Defective, I think some people have called me more recently.
But you see, you came through at a time where you've got Bob Woolmer in charge of the county, you've got Dermot Reeve as a captain, and their ability to work out what the strong points were of players, and also to test you all, to sometimes give opportunities that you wouldn't have expected to get. You know, Graham Welsh having a spell as an opening batsman when he saw himself first and foremost as a swing bowler. You batting up the order in one-day cricket. Something that tests you and challenges you and improves you as a player. Miles back of a length is steered towards mid-wicket. Cross quickly Sibley and no run.
Yeah, well, that was a fantastic environment to grow up in. And I'm sure there's others around the country, but that sort of squad of the 90s and coming into that as a young player, with the knowledge we had, obviously with Bob as one of the best coaches in the world and one of the best technical coaches I've ever worked with, and the group of senior players, whether it be Donald, Reeve, Munton, Small, Moles, Twos, etc. A wonderful environment.
Guided down into the gully area,
and you were encouraged to try things, to be different, to express yourself, but at the same time to make sure you practiced and prepared incredibly hard to do that. So if you went out and reverse swept first ball, that's fine, as long as you practiced it. If you did it and you hadn't, that's when you got hauled over the coals by Reeve and Woolmer. But
although, as Dominic Osler has pointed out in the past, if you practiced it and then didn't use it, you got into trouble as well.
Absolutely.
Miles in once more and whipped off his pads. That'll be 4 more. That's crisp from Wells. Beautiful timing through square leg. 9 without loss, and each occasion where Craig Miles has overpitched in this over, Wells has been right on it.
Yeah, and no one means to bowl a half volley, but Miles, this over has just moved away from what we talked about, which is trying to hit the top of the stumps. And on this wicket, on this pitch here at Old Trafford, there is very little room to bowl anything but good deliveries.
So it's worth mentioning as well about your career that you hadn't long converted from being a seam bowler when you were at Surrey.
Yeah.
You come to Warwickshire and you probably got your chance earlier than you expected. Richard Davis was the senior spinner, along with Neil Smith, obviously, bowling his off breaks, but Richard Davis was there bowling slow left arm. But again, they saw the potential in you early. We'll come back to that after this final ball of the over. She stands up outside off stump and crashes that through the covers for 4. Luke Wells is in a bit of serious nick here. 3 boundaries in the over. He goes to 12, 13 without loss.
Yeah, so I went to the Bears in '92, and I hadn't long converted full-time to bowling spin. Dickie actually came after that, and I think partly because I wasn't ready to make that step up to first-team cricket, and Dickie played through that sort of '94, the treble winning year, and it wasn't until '95 that I came into the team. But yeah, look, I feel like I landed on my feet going into that environment. I was very lucky moving up from Surrey. I was never on the staff at Surrey, but going into that environment, I felt very privileged. And I think looking at the whole thing, Rich, and perhaps this last 3 months has given me some chance to reflect. I think in cricket we often, and you should judge where you are in the standard. You always talk about you judge yourself as a player of the standard, the highest standard you've played at, so Test cricket in my case. But when I look where I came from in my career, and growing up on the village green as a young boy, wanting to play whatever cricket, professional cricket was the big goal. To have played on some of those stages I have, and been fortunate to be involved in cricket as long as I have, at all levels, whether that be head coach, director of cricket, a selector, England one-day coach, MD, sporting director. It's been a fabulous privilege and journey, and I've loved every minute of it.
First ball from Alan Dolby was short outside off stump. He's gone back over the wicket now to these left-handers. And shouldering arms again is Keaton Jennings. Sam Hain has taken a break from the field. So Jake Lintott has come on and he's fielding in front of the square leg umpire. So that means that Benjamin comes around to third slip and Alex Davis finds himself in the gully.
But I guess the sort of moral of that is often in with our modern day players, whether it be cricket, football or any other sport, it becomes a very pressurised environment at times, and you can lose sight of why you play, where you've come from, and how well you've actually done at times, because you know, results, instant results become everything, and if they're not going for you, it can become pretty hard.
Next ball left alone outside off stump, and it just Hannah Dolby seeing whether Jennings can be tempted at any of these that are going across his body. Yeah, well, when you reflect being at the crease when the Ashes is won and things like that, I think you generally feel that the boy who was bowling left arm seam at Surrey that might not have quite made the grade made some good choices along the way, as Hannah Dolby this time into the pads of Jennings gets him away for a single behind square.
Yeah, and cricket's given me so much, and I feel very grateful for that. But yeah, there's for all of us, there's stories along the way. I mean, I remember at 15, I think I was told I'd peaked. I was at a Bunbury festival and
You'd peaked?
I'd peaked as a cricketer, and I wasn't going to get any better. So I'm quite pleased to have come through that. I remember, I think my mum almost had this guy up by the throat, but
tremendous.
Yeah.
Hannah Dolby goes back round the wicket to bowl to Wells, and then that's well outside off stump, very full length, almost pitched on the crease. Goes through to Michael Burgess.
But you're also very lucky in the people you come into contact with, like, you know, those environments in Warwickshire, Bob Woolmer, Duncan Fletcher, the players I played with. I saw Tim Munton yesterday, actually, and Tim was a big influence on my career, as was Dermot. Dougie Brown, a long-term roommate of mine. I lived with him for a couple of years. All of these people had massive influence on what I did.
And I'll be guided down to point where Miles does the fielding. End of the over, 14 without loss, 5 gone. Get another 3 or 4 in before the lunch interval. Ashley Giles alongside us on Lancs TV on the BBC Cricket homepage. Scott Reed will be back in a few minutes' time. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Watching another very competitive game of cricket. Sam Hain is returning because he's come out with the shin guards on, the helmet in hand, because Danny Briggs is coming on for an early bowl.
Yeah, it's an early move. I guess it's that time just before lunch when the spinner gets the nod. But actually, we've seen a couple spin from Parkinson, and with 2 left-handers in, there might be a little bit of rough out there, just outside the left-handers off stump, which Briggs will certainly want to bring into play.
It's got 9 championship wickets already this season. As Briggs, an average just under 30, was a really significant contributor to the championship title last year. Not only with the ball as well, some really precious innings. It was his best season as a batsman in his career. And he bowls left arm over the wicket now to Jennings, who tucks him towards Hain at short leg, and there are some groans there.
It's a really good signing, wasn't it?
Oh, I mean, to replace Jeetan Patel with somebody, how do you do it?
Well, I mean, I have to hold my hands up. I wasn't sure when I first saw it. I knew, obviously, in white ball cricket, he would be absolutely the right man for the job. Perhaps he never had the opportunity to do what he did in red ball cricket last year for the Bears. But you know, he's a great guy. I always knew that. I haven't worked a little bit with England with him.
Just tosses that one up to Jennings, who can push it through the covers. There's a chase for Yates here. He'll do well to track that down. Just going to beat him in front of the building site. First boundary for Jennings. He's to 6-18 without loss.
Just a fraction on the full side. Nothing more than that. You'd rather be that side than not as a left-arm spinner. But again, demonstrates how good this pitch is. Just a push through the ball through extra cover for Jennings, and Yates really had no chance.
Yeah, almost encouraging that shot with the field they've set, actually.
Yeah.
As this one's not quite as full, outside off stump, well outside off stump, but he pushes forward to cover any hint of turn. And there may just be a little bit there for Briggs.
Yeah.
Because Parkinson ended up with 3 wickets. That's very full, almost Yorker length, stabbed out.
Bit quicker that. Don't know whether it was one of his sort of arm ball variations, but almost trying to get it under the bat.
So it makes him the left arm version of Jeet Patel, because some of his are almost seamers at times.
Yeah.
The arm ball could be at quite a pace. He floats this one up, but his line's wrong, and it goes past the legs of the batsman, down the leg side. And there's no run. 18 without loss after 6 overs. I'll do one more before Scott comes back in. I think that might be the safe way of doing it, because we've both got reports to do around 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Dan bowl a bit actually today. Hopefully, see him bowl a few overs.
He was an instant hit in the changing room last year as well. He's gone down very well with the lads.
Yeah, he would do. Again, one of those, important characters. By all of that, I talk about character. I don't mean that half the dressing room's always a bunch of,
No. But he's
the proverbials. But
yeah,
you need those solid citizens.
Talking of which, here's Hannah Dolby starting a new over, short of a length, guided into the leg side, and Wells has sent Jennings back for what actually I think would have been a reasonably long single.
Yeah,
to Tom Sibley.
Yeah, particularly after batting for 340 odd balls, probably could have nipped one there to Sibbers.
Actually, after I'd left you, he played a couple of beautiful shots, Sibley, didn't he? Just demonstrates the sort of nick he's in. He'd be very pleased to get the red inker in the scorebook as well. Gets his season average well up into the 50s, and that's where he needs to be trading. And Dolby just back of a length, reaching for that is Wells.
It's sort of obviously always easier when someone's got 100 and they're in, and that's what I've seen, today. Yeah. But his balance, I think that's what I was most impressed by with Sibley. His balance, he didn't get round his front pad.
Yeah.
When it drifted to leg side, he hit it with a straight bat and hit it hard. He hit a beautiful shot through square leg towards the back end of his innings, and really good signs actually. I'm really over the moon for him.
And Dolby angles this into Wells, who steers it towards mid-wicket. Sibley does the fielding, and there's no run. Have you got to provide the lunchtime entertainment for Lancs TV today, or is somebody else on that duty?
What sort of entertainment?
I don't know. They've got that lovely room with sofas in. It's great. I've had lounges worse than that.
It is lovely. I must say the setup is magnificent here. Yeah, it's. I don't know what you guys complain about. It's been brilliant.
So we'll take you to some of the other venues around the country. Actually, they're very good these days. Pushing out into the offside behind square is Wells, and there's no run. It's one of these things in covering this game. The things that test you most are also the ones that can be very enjoyable, and I think it must be the same for a player. Festival grounds, and I love festival grounds, but some of the places you broadcast from are extraordinary. Horsham will live in my memory forever. I still have nightmares. Sitting in a behind glass at square leg on a week where it was 85 degrees outside, in front of the kitchen with the doors open. So you've got the heat of the kitchen behind you, the heat of the window in front, and it was a very festival-y wicket as well. As Hannah Dolby is diverting to the offside, there's no run. It was one of those where if you bat first, you're going to win.
Yeah.
Because it went 400, 300, 200, 100.
Yeah. But they are. I mean, I used to love getting out. I mean, I love the big grounds and the facilities we have nowadays, like Old Trafford and Edgbaston are two of the best in terms of their facilities for members and players. But yeah, getting out to the likes of Liverpool, Southport when I was here.
Yeah.
Bears don't do it. Don't get out anymore. Used to get to Coventry, obviously, but that was never in my time. Guildford, which was my old club ground. For Surrey, another great festival ground.
And Dolby just rushed Wells slightly, but he tucks it towards mid-wicket. End of the over. A few more words from Ashley Giles, and then Scott Reed will be back.
Yeah, a good start from Hannah Dolby. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1. As I said before, pretty much done what it says on the tin. Miles struggled a bit more after his first over, with Wells capitalising on a couple of loose deliveries, but great to see some spin in the action, Scott.
Indeed. I think you are required elsewhere.
Am I?
You are. So I'm going to give you some on-air instructions as to what you need to do. These have come from the director of this.
Not lunch or anything like that. I don't have to go and serve lunch for the players.
Don't think so. Not yet.
When Daniel said come along and you can do a few bits.
Brings into Wells. That's down the leg side to begin with, and there's no run. I think you are required in the Lancs studio.
Okay.
Where we were to open the programme.
To
I don't know why. Briggs to Jennings, who pushes the ball away into the offside. There's no run.
I've not done something wrong. I've not been called into the headmaster's office.
You're going to walk in there, and Paul Allett will be there looking at you, rather angrily.
Not the first time. I could tell you.
Briggs for Warwickshire in the bowling forward goes Jennings and pushed back along the ground. There's no run. I don't think it will keep you occupied for the entire lunch break. So
well, it's good. Obviously, look at me. I need to eat.
Because I can smell the food wafting up.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Food's good here. Yeah, always been good here.
There's Briggs in to Jennings, just offers the pad, kicks the ball away, and there is no run. So yeah, at the end of this over, if you're able just to
nip in and see Mr.
Well, I don't know who you're seeing, to be honest with you, but I've just been told, can you tell Ashley to please come into the studio?
Right.
So it's a mystery. Briggs in, bowling to Jennings. That's clipped up to mid-on, where Miles fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, I suppose when there's only a couple of us on, you've got to be everything to all men, haven't you? You've got to be a bit of Bumble, bit of Athers, Hussain.
It's a bit of everything.
Bit of dourness.
Briggs to Jennings again, doesn't offer a shot, just leans into it, and the ball deflects off his pad, and that's the end of the over. 2 ball by Briggs. We've got time at least for one more before lunch. 18 without loss. Thank you, Ash.
No problem at all. See you after lunch.
We'll catch you after lunch. Heading to a studio nearby you at some point. But great to have Ash with us today. Thoroughly, I know he's obviously connections with both clubs are terrific. I absolutely loved the couple of years he was here and working with him. I can say that now he's out the box. He was great. And we've had some lovely messages through as well, saying how nice it is to hear Ash on commentary, and I totally agree. Here's Alan Dolby to Luke Wells. This might be the last over before lunch, and it's left the first delivery of it through into the gloves of Burgess, and there is no run. We've got the background noise of the building site, so that keeps us entertained throughout the course of the day. You'll hear the odd burst of a digger, or there is some kind of enormous drill thing that is doing its thing at the minute. There's Hannon Dolby balls. This is Wells off the back foot, punching the ball away through the offside. The familiar figure of Alex Davis fielding the ball at extra cover, and there is no run. At 12:57 is the time. 4 balls left of this over, so I don't know whether we'll get another one in. Perhaps we will. I just want to briefly have a look at what's happening elsewhere, because there's been some rather epic things occurring in the county championship, and especially in a particular game in Division 2. As Hannon Dolby bowls to Luke Wells, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. I've got to mention what is happening at New Road, where Worcestershire are taking on Durham. And Ben Stokes is 140 not out from just 78 deliveries. And there's more to come on that, because the way he got to 3 figures, I need to dig up the stats to make sure I get this absolutely spot on, included 34 from that final over before he reached 100. So he's nudged away by Wells out towards short leg, and there's no run. So Ben Stokes hit 5 successive 6s and then a 4 to reach a century for Durham. So 5 successive 6s and then a 4 off the final ball of the over, and that got him up to 3 figures, and he's still going. Is Ben Stokes, with Durham piling on the runs. And then Dolby to Wells. And that's played away into the onside, and there's no run. So he's 140 not out, and Durham are 540 for 4. That's in a game against Worcestershire. I will get through the other scores because this might well be the last ball of the session. Middlesex 38 for 2 in reply to Sussex 392 all out, and Glamorgan 54 for 1 replying to Leicestershire's 320 all out. And the 3 other games in Division 1 is Hannon Dolby, might be for the final time of the morning. He's in and bowling, and Luke Wells is playing a forward defensive, and there's no run. Warwickshire are buzzing around the field. They are desperate to get another one in at 12:59. Looks like we might just have time. Do we? Or do we not? No, we don't. They did their best. They went buzzing all over to try and quickly get into position to have one more in before lunch, and then the clock ticks on to 1 o'clock. As we can see there, top right, the time moving on to 1 o'clock, which means that is lunch on day 2. Wells on 12, Jennings on 6, and Lancashire 18 without loss, and they've faced 9 overs in that spell leading up to the lunch interval. 5 overs from Hannon Dolby, of which 4 were made, and just 1 run conceded off his bowling. Wonderful stuff from him. Umpire Nigel Long making his notes and wandering off for a little bit of lunch. Let me just run through these scores for you before we sign off. Essex 3-2-1 for 4. They're playing Yorkshire this week. That's in their first innings. Hampshire were 342 all out, and Gloucestershire 31 for 3 in reply, and Surrey 401 for 9 in their first innings against Northamptonshire. Those are 2 batters. They'll resume after lunch. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells will be hoping to bat for long parts of the afternoon session, while Warwickshire are searching for their first wickets. That is lunch on day 2. Lancashire bowling, Warwickshire out for 315, with Dom Sibley unbeaten, carrying his bat wonderfully for the Bears on 142. And Lancashire have started their reply. They are 18 without loss at lunch on day 2, and we'll catch you from the commentary box in around about 40 minutes.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements with major players. sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big, and inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
lights flashed on for the afternoon session. We had a little bit of dodgy light, I think, didn't we, yesterday? I think we had the floodlights on a little bit yesterday. And it did get a little gloomy. In fact, it's not been massively bright all day, in truth. And obviously it's dark enough for the umpires to request the lights. So we shall start the afternoon session under the lights here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire 18 without loss. In their first innings, they're replying to that Warwickshire total of 315. Ashley Giles will be back with us a little bit later on. He's having a well-deserved luncheon. Richard is alongside me. Floodlights are on. It looks a bit gloomy. Let's hope the weather forecast, which has been predicted to be a little damp later on, is wrong.
Yeah, and it's pushed it back a bit later on the most recent forecast.
Excellent.
Evening session could be compromised.
Ah, right.
So we will see. Afternoon session for Lancashire, just more solid play. Nathan McAndrew is going to bowl for the first time today, and he'll come in from this end, right arm over the wicket, and it's a no ball to start off with. Shouldering arms was Jennings, but 2 more runs to the score, 20 without loss. Had an indifferent debut last week to Nathan McAndrew, none for 100 in the only innings he bowled in. Did score 47 with the bat in the first innings, so that was something. He bludgeoned a few. Made 15 last night and this morning before becoming one of 3 victims for Hassan Ali. 3 each for him, Parkinson and Bailey. As McAndrew rather more in the groove with this one. Full ball on off stump, defended. Into his follow through, picks it up one-handed, and there's no run. It's always good to know, when because media can be a very cynical bunch. They can be, and you're conscious that there'll be some colleagues who are listening to us, watching us. And it's always good to know that something you said in the morning session cut through, that you get a comment about. It's quite reassuring that you feel that the hot air that we've been speaking, because obviously Ashley speaks sense, but
yes,
you and I,
has made an impact. And just teases the ball a little bit. In the end, pulled the bat away. And through to Burgess. That's the end of the over. 35 without loss. Wells 22, Jennings on 9.
So I'll have to leave you to it in a moment.
Okay.
Just say that clearly Warwickshire have not bowled the same discipline. Olihan and Dolby apart with the same discipline with the new ball as Lancashire did yesterday morning, where Bailey and Hassan Ali were putting it in areas where the batsman would be in doubt. Too many 4 balls from Miles and from McAndrew. And they've got to support Hannon Dolby. They've got to support the lead bowler and put some pressure on Lancashire here, because at the moment it looks very comfortable.
There is McAndrew bowling to Wells. It's turned out into the onside, and there is no run. Into the afternoon session, live ball-by-ball commentary via the BBC Sport website and the app. We're on Lancs TV as well. I think everybody's all back up and with us. We had a little power surge or power cut. I don't know what the difference is, but it just created the image of someone having to go into the fuse box. How big is a fuse box at a cricket ground with massive floodlights? To flick the switch, get us back up and running. McAndrew bowls again. Wells drives up towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's been a quiet start to the afternoon, aside from the drama of the power cut. It's a quiet start to the afternoon session. Lancashire here will be looking to score big. Spoke to Carl Crow before play started, part of Lancashire's coaching set up, and he said that they will be going in with the ambition of, if they can, to try and bat once. Driven handsomely for 4 by Luke Wells. Alex Davis is man close and on the offside, and that was lashed underneath his body down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Moves on to 26, and the score moves on to 39 without loss. I think, looking at the monitor in the commentary box, that things are just starting to come back together again. So I think the full kind of as you'd expect, the high quality coverage on the stream will be all back in place, but I think because of the power cut, things are being plugged in and switched on differently, and eventually you'll have the standard that you're used to in the not too distant future. McAndrew bowls. Wells wants a single here, just nudged away off his hip, calls Jennings through for one, and safely through for that single as well. Score ticks along to 40 without loss. Yeah, so bit by bit we'll be getting back to normal. Just had a thought, I hope it's not one of those diggers cutting the power cable. McAndrew in, bowls forward because Jennings is half an appeal there. Bat and pad together, bat perhaps just a fraction in front, the ball just deflects away into the offside. Got the slips interested, chance to clear the throat, have a yelp. But no run added. 2 slips and a gully. There's a point. Alex Davis, he's not quite at extra cover, not quite at mid-off, he's kind of in between those 2 positions. There's a mid-on, short mid-wicket. Jennings plays it to his old sparring partner there, Alex Davis. And there is no run. There's a deep backward square leg and there's a fine leg as well. That was the field. And that's the end of the over. 5 off it. That lovely shot by Wells. Glorious cover drive. And then the single as well. Score moves on to 40 without loss. And it's a nice solid start by the 2 Lancashire openers, playing for the first time this season because of the injury, playing together for the first time this season. So Luke Wells has played throughout the course of the opening 3 rounds so far. So down the leg side by Miles. Burgess can't get anything on that. Been given us 4 byes. Did his best, Burgess, leaping out towards his right, trying to get one of those very distinctive black wicket-keeping gloves onto them. They're quite menacing there. His hands on his hips. They make them look enormous when they're colour black. Just quite striking. He stands with his gloves on his hips. Score moves on to 44 without loss. There's Miles in again, around the wicket bowling. Wells playing back. And just defending out away into the offside for no run. So we've had so far in this Lancashire innings 5 overs from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, 5 Misley overs. We consider 1 run, 4 maidens from the 5 overs, 1 run. Briggs 2 overs for 4, and McAndrew 3 overs for 18. Got Craig Miles bowling for Warwickshire. He's running in from the Jimmy Anderson end. And here he comes again. He's a tall young man. He's around the wicket. He's bowling. It's a little shimmery across the stumps from Luke Wells. A very dramatic leave as he hoists his gloves high above his shoulders. And allows that one to travel through to the keeper. And there is no run. 44 without loss. Wells in again, and that's worked her way out towards square leg, and they get through for a single. Score ticks along to 45 without loss. Brings Jennings back on strike. Ashley Giles is back alongside for the first time this afternoon.
Thank you.
We've had a bit of drama with a power cut. We went off air for a minute.
Yeah, I was downstairs when that happened.
Oh.
Not paid the bill.
Well, Richard suggested, I quite like this idea. As Miles comes in and bowls, and it's worked away off the hit by Keaton Jennings for a single towards square leg. He moves up to 10, 46 for 1. Like at home, when if you put your Christmas lights up and you've got one dodgy bulb, takes the whole lot out. We were fearing that maybe it was a dodgy bulb in the floodlights, and they would have to have someone going up and checking each one individually. That was our concern to begin with.
Yeah, I hope we're beyond that now, particularly in Manchester. This is the third city, isn't it?
I like the idea of us not being beyond that. I'm embracing the old school, send someone up a ladder and check the bulbs for us.
I just thought with energy prices the way they are, maybe Daniel hadn't paid them this month, but we're going again.
We are. We're up and running. Everything's plugged in.
Or someone had heard me on the radio and sabotaged our feed.
The other theory was maybe the builders have cut through the wire. Miles around the wicket, balls, it's full but wide of off stump, it's left. And that's through to Michael Burgess, and that completes the over. But we're up and running. We've got all our complement of cameras working as well now, by the looks of things. And all is good. And a nice, quiet, steady start with the bat for Lancashire, and that will be exactly what they're hoping for.
Solid, isn't it? Just solid, which you'd expect from, well, from these two, certainly from Jennings, but I guess they know the importance of getting through this new ball as well on this pitch, which I guess for all intents and purposes that Warwickshire did, but didn't capitalise. Lancashire certainly will be looking to capitalise.
Going to be McAndrew, who has this quirky decision to have the number 0 as his squad number. He's in and bowling to Jennings. It's wide of off stump, it's left, it's through to the keeper, there's no run. I'm not so sure if I've ever seen a cricketer with the number 0 as a preferred option.
What does it mean?
Exactly.
I mean, I know it means nothing. well, there you go, it means nothing. But they can't. What relevance would you have in your life to 0?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not great if you haven't got a wicket yet.
Or when you come out to bat and you've got...
Yeah.
I think of all the key questions as he comes around the wicket, bowls a short ball to Jennings, where he ducks underneath it, and through to the keeper, there's no run. When Richard does get the chance to speak to him, that has got to be right up there with one of the main questions he needs to ask.
Yeah, I mean, runs is one thing if you're batting wherever he's batting, but if you're known as Nortfer and you've got it on you as a bowler, maybe that's a indication when you're signing someone as overseas. But no, it's obviously been a tough start for him. This is the first time I've seen him bowl. Bustly, shoulder bowler, hit the pitch.
He's backing around the wicket to Jennings, who's forced to defend. No wrong.
Always, I think it's always quite challenging as well for a and I mean young as an experienced overseas player to come in and make their way. You know, you want that dream start where you get 4 for in your first innings. He obviously didn't get that last week. It was a tough start to his time at the Bears, but yeah, he'll want to get his name on the board.
I think Richard was saying he's got the availability as he comes in and bowls a fullish ball to Jennings, who drives into the offside. Davis fields, and there's no run of being around for about 10 championship matches and some T20 games as well.
Okay.
So that's quite nice, isn't it? It's quite a lengthy stint at a club, not just kind of coming in, doing 3 or 4 and off you go.
I'm available as well, if that's what we're going on. But yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, as a director of cricket, it's more and more challenging to get that consistency of overseas player without dipping in and out of you know, a player for 6 games here, 2 months there.
In and bowling to Jennings, who's working the ball off his pads out into the onside, but for no run.
Gone are the days, certainly, of, well, we talked about Alan Donald earlier, or Wasim Akram, who, you know, world-class cricketers who turn up for 6 months a year consistently over a long period. That time's gone.
It's not going to come back neither, that is, I don't think.
No, it's probably only going to get worse with the amount of cricket, with you know, the short tournaments that are going to dominate over this next period, I'm sure. Aussie wickets have, but he'll know how he should bowl on this pitch. He's got to hit the deck hard, and again, it's not rocket science. Hit the top of the stumps.
You say he probably needs a good ball. It's quite interesting, that, isn't it? Because you hear a lot about rotation and not wanting to flog your bowlers, but you then got to bowl yourself into some kind of rhythm and form. That must be quite a challenge to get right, that balance.
Yeah, it is. Even the higher up you go, someone like Jimmy Anderson will still want to have time in his legs, Stuart Broad, but you're always balancing that with giving them time off.
Miles to continue. The ball is to Luke Wells. It's played defensively. It cushions the ball away into the onside. Picked up at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think for in my case as a spinner, really relevant, particularly early season. Yeah, wickets do tend to be drier probably than even the old days now than they were, but getting your over before lunch, maybe one before tea, you just want to bowl. And actually that's where I always look forward to mid-season, where we'd play two spinners, like myself and Neil Smith would play for Warwickshire together, and you're getting a great rhythm then of spin both ends.
Miles to Wells, flick the ball away through mid-wicket, just deflects down to Chris Benjamin, backward square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think there's obviously something very special about watching good quick bowling, good pace bowling, like I say, Jimmy and Brody. Mm-hmm. But the pace of a game midsummer, I have great memories of that with spin, and it's, for spectators, must be great when there's an over every 3 minutes and there's people around the bat, and it's just constant pressure in cricket. Used to love that.
Miles to Wells, up onto his front foot again, just pushing away into the offside. There's Davis coming up from in that position, kind of floating between mid-off and extra cover, and he's quickly onto that. Davis, there's no run.
And I can't imagine we see that very often now, do we? I mean, I've not seen championship cricket or a lot of championship cricket for a couple of years, but I can't remember a lot. Two spinners in a team, maybe occasionally down at Taunton, but conditions have really got to be in favour then to see that.
It's a great point, that one. I mean, just take these two sides, for example. Obviously, I cover Lancashire. Miles is in to Wells. That comes off the inner half of the bat, just squirts away down towards McAndrew at fine leg for a single. Wells moves on to 29. Score moves on to 47 without loss. When was the last time Lancashire played two frontline spin bowlers in their team? I mean,
front line. I don't know whether during my time we played Kerrigan and
Parry?
Who would have played?
Parry?
No, or
Keedy? Oh no, you.
Who was our offie at the time? He's going to kill me for this. Aaron.
Oh, Lilly. Yeah, Aaron Lilly. Yeah. Yeah, it might have been the odd time.
We may have done. We may not have done.
Miles in. Jennings driving to extra cover. Davis fields, no run.
We may have played Parry and Keggs together as well, but it doesn't happen a lot, does it, nowadays? Must have happened a lot in my time, I think, through the 80s and 90s particularly. I'm sure someone out there will be able to tweet us with some famous spin twins, but I can think of the likes of Childs and such at Essex would have done. Embry and Tufnell, or Embry and Edmonds. Go on then, your turn.
Well, I can only go off as Miles comes in and balls to Jennings, who's driving away into the offside. There's no run. I've got wonderful memories of a decade ago, and it was Kerrigan and Keedy bobbing Lancashire to the title in Liverpool.
Yeah, let's not talk about that too much.
Come on, it's 2:20, and I've only just brought it up.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, it just seems to be a bit of a bit of a thing that doesn't happen anymore. But is that entirely down to that? Must be the scheduling of 4-day games. I mean, I don't know how far we want to go down this particular rabbit hole, but it doesn't help, I guess, does it?
No, it doesn't. I think we're playing more cricket this year through June and July than we have done, but consistently there's been a drop-off of cricket through the calendar year or through the summer. Championship cricket.
McAndrew into Luke Wells. That's a forward defensive into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, there's 3 rounds of championship matches in July. Lancashire are playing at Southport in that first batch of fixtures. Warwickshire in Southampton to take on Hampshire. Then at home to Kent, with Lancashire at Northants, and then the final group of those 3 rounds of championship games in July sees Lancashire play here against Kent. As McAndrew's in, and that's defended again by Wells, and there is no run, and Warwickshire travel to Surrey. So that looks better.
Looks a better spread.
Yeah,
it does definitely. And I think honestly everyone's conscious of it. Everyone's trying to find the right solutions, but it's also very difficult when you're trying to suit all parties. It's a really difficult conundrum. And then we've got the 100 through August.
Yeah.
Did you cover that a lot last year, Scott? And did you enjoy it?
McAndrew in and bowls, left by Wells and through to Burgess. There's no run. I did cover quite a lot, and I did enjoy it. Yeah. He kind of went in with an open mind, obviously, but I'll be honest with you, I just found it really good cricketers playing good cricket.
Yeah.
There wasn't, I mean, the bits that surrounded it, the noise that surrounded it, I didn't really bother me. Five ball overs out didn't really bother me. 100 balls, you count up, you count down. It's a game of cricket.
Yeah.
McAndrew balls driven again by Wells to mid-off, and there's no run. But what I would say I didn't massively see, and it was obviously only its first year, talking about the men's 100 now, not the women's, I didn't see it massively different, if I'm being honest, to the feel of a T20 match. The ground felt like a T20 match. I did games here, I did games at Headingley. They felt like T20 matches. The atmosphere, the crowd, that wasn't massively different, I didn't feel.
Yeah, as good as a Derby T20 game, or not quite that level?
No, not that level. This is steered away by Wells down through the gully region. It's a good stop, actually. And there's no run. Chris Benjamin there for the Bears.
I have to say as well, and this is no, I mean, I obviously love county cricket, but we watched some of the 100 every night, actually, because through that month of the summer, it was really nice. So after work and after dinner, we often sat outside and put it on the iPad and sat outside and had a drink and watched it. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. And I think from a performance angle, it's that concentration of talent as well in the big grounds. It's a good spectacle.
Yeah, that was the end of the over. 47 without loss. Wells 29, and Jennings on 10. It will be interesting to see how it develops and how it's incorporated and what has to, if anything, has to be sacrificed for it. And that I've without doubt got concerns about that. Trying to fit everything in and what may or may not have to be trimmed or lost. But
yeah.
And that is that will be a knock-on effect because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all I'd say on that is, yeah, if ever we needed collaboration throughout the game, it's right now on finding solutions to some of these problems, which there always have been. You know, we've tinkered with schedules a lot over the last, well, since my time, been involved, a player and a coach and director. But you know, clearly there's a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats, but we all want the same thing, which is successful and thriving counties and a successful England team. That's, you know, do those things align? I don't know. I don't have to worry about that answer right now, but certainly, you know, everyone's got to come together to try and do that as well as you possibly can.
New grip required here for Luke Wells. It's always a very delicate operation.
Umpires are getting together. Do you think there's a few spots or light or?
I think it's going to be. I think it's probably a light, that, isn't it? We've got this quirky thing still, haven't we, in cricket? And Phoebe Graham was with us for commentary yesterday, Lancashire and Thunder player, and she was asking about that, like going off for bad light with the floodlights on. It's still something that the game seems to battle with. It still looks bad.
Yeah.
But I think I wonder if that was a conversation with regards to how powerful these lights are and whether it is a little bit too much. It's off the back foot by Jennings, driven away into the offside. Davis fields, and there's no run.
I mean, it looks perfectly fine to me right now, but I do think there are times when it becomes difficult because you're still talking about. I know we've got to get cricket. We've got to do what we can to get cricket on, but people's careers and safety. Mm-hmm. And it's there are some difficult moments. So I'm trying to be diplomatic here. I don't know why I need to be anymore, really. I could just say what I want.
Miles around the wicket, balls to Jennings, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
And unsurprisingly, it's very different whether you're the coach on the batting side or the bowling side, isn't it? This is ridiculous. We should stay out there or get them off, umpires. You're crazy. So umpires are a very difficult job in that case.
Yeah, and I guess it's a good thing that it's almost exclusively in their hands as to whether or not we carry on or not.
Yeah.
Which is take it away from the two dressing rooms and let them two deal with it.
Absolutely. Be interesting conversation, that. Mark Robinson and Glenn Chappell over.
Miles in to Jennings. It's left.
Two very strong-willed and minded people. Two very good cricket brains as well, but yeah, that'd be interesting.
Now John's come to us on Twitter with regards to spinners, two spinners in a match. Oh, Michael sent a tweet as well. RE two spinners in the team. It happened quite recently. Hartley and Parkinson in 2021, the second game of the season.
There you go. You should have known that, Scott.
Without doubt, should have known that, yeah. Miles in, down the leg side to Jennings, through to the keeper, no run. And then two spinners picked in the last game of 2020, Hartley and Morley. Oh, that was at Liverpool. Yeah, that was in the Bob Willis season.
Yeah.
And in 2019, Maxwell and Parkinson played together. Thanks, John.
Yeah, good answers, thank you. Keep them coming.
Yeah.
But that's where, outground Liverpool's a really good example of somewhere where, different conditions. You see different cricket with lots of spin. I think that's good for the game.
Miles past the umpire into Jennings, down the leg side, tumbling take by Burgess. And there is no run. 47 without loss.
Been better over the last couple of overs, haven't they? The Bears, they've just reined it back in a bit more. Just openers were just getting away a little bit. The last two overs, McAndrew's bowled. He's much more control and got a couple of maidens under his belt. Would do him the world of good, I would have thought.
Miles turns around at the top of his mark and he's charging back in again. And bowls again to Jennings, who tries to whip the ball away through the onside. Ball just deflects back towards the bowler. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. So another maiden. So stacking a few together here. Warwickshire 47 without loss. Lancashire Wells has 29. And Keaton Jennings, in his first game of the season, is unbeaten on 10. The two umpires again have a little conversation, but they don't meet in the middle. They're just barking at each other from about 40 yards away.
Yeah.
Graham Lloyd comes back into position from this Statham end, and Nigel Long is out at square leg. We can see the shadows being cast from the players, but we go on with Luke Wells looking to drive up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, I've just made that comment, but there's nothing express out there really in terms of bowling that's going to worry too many people at the moment, but the pitch is good.
With that in mind, and looking at how Lancashire, obviously Lancashire know these pitches really well, and their head coach knows them better than anybody. The disciplines on this pitch, or these types of pitches. That's a beautiful on drive by Wells for 4. That's a glorious shot from Wells to bring up the 50 for Lancashire. He absolutely nailed that.
Lovely looking shot. It's right in the slot, and that's. I was just going to say that, you know, maidens bring around pressure. We always used to talk about 18 balls of building pressure, and something would happen, and just released that pressure there with a straight half volley, which you still got to put them away, and that was a beautiful shot from Wells.
But is that an example actually of the point I was trying to make badly? Is that your margin for error?
Yeah,
is so small, isn't it, on these types of pitches? McAndrew in. That's full of ball, wide of off stump, left and through to the keeper, no run.
And that isn't that, if anything, what we're looking for. You know, the better the surfaces, the smaller the margin for the bowlers. You've got to do something different. You've got to get the ball doing something different. For batters, there's a greater opportunity, if your technique's right, if your head's in the game, that you're going to score runs. You know, and I think there's something around. I know winning and losing is important. You don't get that much for a draw. You get more points now for a draw than you used to.
McAndrew in, bowling to Wells. Doesn't time this next shot. Just kind of pushing it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Bit of a check drive, really, from Luke Wells.
But I think there's also something in the long game about being difficult to beat. You know, when I started back at Warwickshire as coach in 2007-8, one of my first goals was to make sure we're disciplined, but we were difficult to beat. So even if we lost, we'd take it a long way. We'd fight and we'd scrap. And I think there's something in that you know, you've got to win games of cricket to win championships, but you never give anything away. And I think that's a good trait to have as a 4-day team.
McAndrew just oversteps here, so it's been signalled as a no ball, and the ball just eased away through the leg side for a run as well, so score advances on to 54 without loss. Yeah, toughing it out over a season.
Yeah,
over a long season, being difficult to beat. I mean, and there's nothing at times better than actually a proper hard-fought draw in a match, especially if you're behind and you get it through. You see the game through.
Absolutely, and that may not be popular with, you know, the modern watcher of cricket, but absolutely. And the Americans certainly would understand that, you know, as we always talk about, playing 5 days and no one wins, so you get a draw, but there is something about that teaches you discipline. So if you can't win a game, you don't lose it. And that's, you know, we talk about scoreboard pressure, but if someone gets 450 first innings, okay, we'll go and get the same, and we'll kill the game off. That's what you know, that's got to be your mentality, rather than, oh, this game's done. You know, that's the key part of, or one of the key parts of 4-day cricket. Breed a team that's just tough to beat.
2 slips in place. McAndrew running in and bowling. Ball's left by Jennings, and that's the end of the over. Burgess taking it into his what appear to be enormous wicket-keeping gloves, but I think exaggerated because they're black. They look massive.
But if you were a keeper, wouldn't you make sure your gloves are as big as possible?
It's very true. Very true.
It'd be like those big sort of Kenny Everett hands. Do you remember? Some people listening won't remember that, but why not? I don't know what I know there's a limit on the size of the cup, but
okay,
is there a limit on the actual size of the gloves?
Don't know. That's a good question. They just look massive.
Yeah.
I think it's exaggerated because of the colour. I've got an update to do, so maybe Richard wants to come in and replace me while I disappear and update the listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire. We've got Hannon Dolby returning, and a few thoughts from you, Ash.
Well, maybe Richard's got the answer about the size of wicket-keeping gloves and the minimum or maximum size of... It just depends on how big your hands are. I don't know, but Hannon Dolby starting again.
So what depends how big your hands are? What's this now?
We were just talking about how big Burgess's wicket-keeping gloves look, and I made the point that wouldn't you have as big as you could possibly get if you're a wicket-keeper?
Yeah, it depends whether you lose a bit of touch and feel to that. I'm always fascinated by baseball mitts because it feels very counterintuitive to me, that sort of relying on the shape of the mitt to make the catch for you. Whereas I mean, you're so used to doing it normally with just your bare hands.
Yeah.
As the ball just back of a length is defended out into the offside, and there's no run.
I had to need to Tickerham then, didn't
Yeah,
I? Did you?
I was briefly losing my religion there. Was that the song? Is that what she did? No, it wasn't.
Love and Hate, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that was REM.
True
wasn't it?
tradition of love and hate.
That's the one.
Right.
That's
something
the
like
one.
that. Good, I done something like that. Yeah.
God, we're the same generation,
No,
we
it's
two as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the problem. If we were a music quiz, we'd be hitting the same time.
Still on.
As ball from Alan Dolby takes a nick and drops just short of Sam Hain at second slip, so Hain can't get his hands underneath that. For Alan Dolby immediately coming into the attack and causing more difficulties than Miles and McAndrew have managed. Well, McAndrew did ease into the spell eventually. It was a really sticky start from him. At the start of the session, he got a couple of no balls in his first over. Over-pitched a couple of times.
I must say, it's horrible, isn't it? He's pretty desperate to get in the game, and
Alan Dolby is driven by Wells, who, when he has seen something in his area, in his wheelhouse, he has punished it. And that's a long part of the boundary there, but the chase was given up very early. Yet another boundary for Wells. It's now 58 without loss, and he's been striking the ball very crisply so far.
Yeah, anything over pitch, particularly Wells, has put away beautifully. I made the point earlier about how elegant left-handers generally look in that part of the field, but he looks in decent touch. I wouldn't be surprised, Rich, if for long we see Briggs coming on one end and probably a rotation of the seam as the other, whatever the overhead conditions. It looks pretty good batting conditions right now.
And Dolby round the wicket into Wells, on the back foot steers it into the leg side. There'll be a comfortable run there. Will Rhodes comes round to field. 59 with that loss. We haven't seen Rhodes just yet, but unless there's a bit of movement, then he's not necessarily quite as effective. And I think Phil Lancashire know that they need to bat long here to win the game. They're probably going to have to bat once to do it, aren't they?
Yeah, and the platform's being laid, and looks at this point quite ominous for the Bears. They need a couple of wickets to just slow these guys down.
And Dolby, and again, I'm trying to answer your questions. It's left alone by Keaton Jennings. Glove size guide. Large adult cricket gloves are 22.5 centimetres. I'm not sure what the maximum is.
So I think there's a maximum how big the webbing can be, isn't there? You can't have a like you said, like a baseball style webbing, but I guess depends how big your hands are.
They shall have no webbing between the fingers except joining index finger and thumb.
Yeah.
This is in the laws of the game now, where the webbing can be inserted as a means of support, which will be a single piece of non-stretch material. Okay, that's a lot of detail.
Yeah.
Top edge of the webbing shall not protrude beyond the straight line joining the top of the index finger to the top of the thumb. So that means it doesn't make your hand bigger.
Yeah, there you go.
Which it would do otherwise. That would be a bit more like a baseball mitt.
But yeah.
As Will Rhodes prepares to come in. There is nothing here about the size of the glove.
But I suppose there's not much point unless you've got something in the ends, is there? Because if you just had massive gloves, it would just keep slapping the ends of your soft fingers, wouldn't it? And
you're kind of talking down your own argument here, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, yeah. It's complete garbage. But I was talking to Scott, so...
Will Rhodes led the ball for the first time today, and he's clipped towards mid-wicket, where there's what can I describe as a scrambling misfield by Dominic Sibley. He looks at his left wrist ruefully, but there was no run in the end. Yeah, you wouldn't have any support, would you? So you want it to be tight enough that you can get your hands around the ball and feel the ball entering your hands.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, you're right. Unless you've got like bits connected to the end of your fingers that extend to the ends of your really long gloves.
Yeah, slow ball on towards the pads of Wells. He turns up towards mid-on.
I think I'm slowly losing my sensible.
Yeah. You're almost describing an ice hockey goalkeeper's gloves now. Or...
Yeah, we'll forget about that.
You've had a lot of time on your hands lately, haven't you?
Yeah, clearly. Yeah. I've lost the plot, Rich, I think is
well,
what you're saying.
You had more time to think about other things. That was what it is. Rhodes, who had a very good year with the ball last year for the Bears, into the pads of Wells, clips it round the corner. Alan Dolby comes in from long leg and there'll be a single. 60 without loss. Remember when you were last at Warwickshire, you were also involved with English netball?
Yeah.
You still involved?
No, I'm not on the board of English netball anymore. I came off at the beginning of the year, but really enjoyed that. Yeah, really, really good thing to be involved in. But I mean, given the busyness of my schedule over the last couple of years, it's been. I didn't feel perhaps I could give as much as I wish I could have.
So full delivery, just defended up to mid-on where Briggs fields.
But I really enjoyed that experience of being on a board of a different sport or in a different field. Just gives you a completely different perspective on things.
Yeah. Well, a sport that has reinvented itself with enormous success in the last decade as well. Wide ball outside of something that must have been fairly close to being a called wide, even in Championship cricket, taken in from sort of 1.5 slips by Burgess. Yeah, I'm very, very proud to be involved with, with netball during that Commonwealth Games win. That was a great moment. Fantastic team. Tracy Neville at the time's coach was great. I used to spend a fair amount of time with her. She was brilliant. Really good experience. Rhodes once more, and it's down the leg side, no appeal for a strangle against Jennings. End of the over, the 22nd, Lancashire 60 without loss. They trail by 255. For those who don't follow netball, the last few years the Super League has become a very bright, colourful, vibrant television product. Speed of the game, if anything, has gone up, which I think helps. Perhaps there was an innovation some years ago where they played a bit of speed netball and they put in a 2-point shot and things like that for a special event each year, and some of that seems to have rubbed off on the game, and it's really different. Really, really different. I mean, if you haven't been to watch a game of netball, go and watch, because it's great. It's exciting. It's quick. It's athletic, and they're super professional. It's a bit more physical than you expect it to be as well. Absolutely, yeah. And they're tall girls, ladies, should call them girls. Helen Dolby bowls around the wickets, left alone by Wells through to the keeper. But really good athletes. I spent a couple of times watching some of their sessions, and eye-opening. It's a really good sport. It's not easy in a very busy marketplace to reinvent and get more people on the seats and things, but they've achieved that, which again, is what the ECB are trying to achieve with the 100, and get big occasion crowds on grounds more often. As Wells clips this next ball through mid-wicket for a comfortable single. Briggs field 61 without loss. Yeah, I think it's all about engagement, isn't it? And not just engaging with new fans and kids and being diverse, but also your current crowds as well, and offering people, whether they're listening, watching, in the ground, playing, a great experience of cricket. I think we've got a great opportunity to do that, and certainly that's what we've tried to do over the last couple of years. It's results haven't always gone England's way in Test cricket, certainly, and we understand that, but I think through the COVID years particularly, we understood the importance of getting cricket on, and how important it was in that year one particularly to bring cricket back, Test cricket back, even though it's played in those biosecure and tight environments. It was great for everyone watching at home. Last ball was driven off the outside half of the bat by Jennings, picked out at point, and once again there'll be no run. I don't want to dwell too much on your time with England, because you're here to relax and watch a game of cricket, but I do want to come back to that thing about bubbles just very briefly in a moment, because I don't often get a chance to talk to people who were in them. As the ball was left alone, angled in and taken to his right by Burgess, but again the movement came after the stumps. Just To what extent do you end up getting stir crazy when you're going from bubble to bubble, from isolation before you can even get out and train, and being around the same people in the same place for large periods of time? Does it take a toll?
Absolutely, no doubt about it. I'm more than happy to say that. I'm on the other side of it now, so they're very difficult environments to be in for long periods. And
driven by Jennings between point and gully. It'll be chased by Lintott, who's the 12th man, and will come through for 2 more. Jennings to 12.63 without loss.
And it's, of course, look, it's not life or death. And a lot worse things happened through COVID, and people lost their lives and people lost loved ones. But having people who are playing at the very top of their game in very pressurised and tense environments, then going back to environments, well, like here, being at Old Trafford, not leaving the ground, just going back to your hotel room, not really allowed to mix with people.
And Dolby ran the wicket again, forward in defences. Jennings no run, end of the over, Lancashire 63 without loss.
And, for example, we used to walk from room to dining room there, and you're sat 2 metres apart. You basically, everything's supposed to be clean, and you've got to clean your own table with wipes and pretty much just have your food and leave and go back to your room. Pretty demoralising experience. In year one, it was quite new and exciting, particularly that first experience at the Rose Bowl, and I think we were all incredibly proud of how we got cricket on. And I am of my team, both players and what was my team, players and management, of how they went about it. But over time, it became more and more challenging.
Rhodes, slower ball all around off stump, defended into the leg side by Wells. Yeah, it is the sort of thing that when it's new and refreshing and unusual, but it grows old very, very quickly. And as I was saying earlier when you weren't on air, that you haven't got the support structures that you might have, or just the ability to nip home for a couple of days and be with your nearest and dearest. It's stuff that we all take for granted, and we all went through very different experiences during COVID. Good length, left alone outside off stump, the next delivery.
Just a choice more than anything. Just, I say, that ability to... It's not so much, actually, that guys wouldn't often come from a test match and go back to the hotel and get some food, but it's almost taking that choice away, where actually some people are like that, but some people like to go out with a couple of their teammates or friends or family from outside the bubble and forget about cricket, but that wasn't possible.
Rhodes advances once more, very full, and was an angled bat from Luke Wells as he chops down on that.
And I think within that, then there was the added the fear factor of getting COVID, particularly in that early stage, not so much at the back end, because we understood it a lot more, and what that would mean. Well, where am I doing my isolation? I'm away for a longer period. I then can't play cricket. Particularly when you're abroad, overseas in those environments, and you think you might even get left behind.
Strays onto the pads does Rhodes, and Wells is quick to move it round the corner, and they'll come back for 2. Alan Dolby gets a throw in quickly, but he was off balance, so he's throwing it into the deck, really. And it rolls through to Michael Burgess. A couple more for Wells. 43 off 77. He's going well. 65 without loss. Jennings very calm by way of comparison. 12 runs have come off 68 deliveries. But I mean, there is so much going on in that. The fear is very real. I mean, I got COVID in October of the first year, and I was lucky in that my symptoms were loss of smell and taste, but totally, as Rhodes comes in and bowls, and forward in defence is Wells. Each morning you're waking up thinking, I hope I've got no more symptoms, and it's living through periods like that with, not letting my wife and daughter anywhere near me, and so, however, even as a fit young cricketer, you don't know how you're going to react to these things. And you're right, when you're overseas as well, you're not quite sure. The England cricket team are going to give you the best medical care they can.
Yeah.
But there are
absolutely, a lot of unknowns and fears, and there's natural separation anxiety anyway from your loved ones and family when you're working in those environments. But
Rhodes over pitch a little bit, but Thrash with the outside half of the bat to Davis in the covers, and there's no run.
But we have, we also had members of staff that were older and may have been more at risk. But what I will say is that, you know, we tried to manage our people as best we could, which meant at times giving them time away from cricket and not playing some series, which, you know, some of the criticism's valid, but it was all with the right intentions, and I can only have praise for our players and staff for the way they went around it, because without their commitment to it, particularly the players' commitment to it, we wouldn't have got cricket on. So
yeah. So you end up in a ridiculous situation where you're almost dreading a batsman making 100 because you know he's going home before the next test. You know what I mean? Because you know the circumstances, you know the reason you've made the decision. As Alan Dolby begins a new over into Jennings, guided out into the offside. Miles is quickly onto the ball, albeit that he misses it, but Davis is behind him to pick it up. But you know, you can't second guess yourself, can you?
No, it just it added a dimension that we never thought we'd have to face.
No.
Yeah, I think my first year in the role was quite tough with World Cup Ashes. Then you think it might quieten down a little bit. And then we moved into COVID, and it was, more than challenging.
Stretching a bit on the drive there was Jennings outside off stump. Doesn't time it, goes up to Sibley at mid-off. So I'm going to close the door on that now, because you don't need to live through that anymore. But you know, I appreciate your honesty. And we've all lived through a very, very peculiar couple of years, and it's even down to this season. It's great to see the umpire being able to take the bowler's cap when he's back to bowl, rather than seeing a fielder wearing 2 caps during that 6 deliveries, not having to go off and have your hands wiped after 7 overs or whatever it was. And Dolby again driven by Jennings into the ground. On the second hop, it's fielded by Davis.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was. And I know we're going to close the door on it, and I'm not. But some of the stuff was so different. Like even travel. Some of this you might want to keep. Actually, you know, we travelled by charters.
Yeah.
All around the world, and at times, you know, on brand new. I shouldn't give the name, should I? Of the airlines we flew on, but just us on these planes in. You know, which was completely almost like being a Real Madrid or United, but at the same time, almost a fear of coming in contact with other people or other things. And remember going to India, and I did 7 days quarantine in my room. With I couldn't leave at all. We all had to do that when we entered, and actually, by the end of it, I'd sort of come to a routine where I wasn't sure whether I wanted to go out. You know, you'd almost had that.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome is where you become part of that environment, and quite comfortable with what I was doing. And really, really weird.
And Dolby around the wicket again, and Jennings is leaving that alone. And Dolby, apart from the 1 over pitch delivery, is back in that rhythm. He's only conceded 9 runs. 1 ball left in his 8th over.
He's good, isn't he? I mean, we were talking about Ollie off air, weren't we? Before the day's play, and earlier we were talking about solid citizens, and this guy is certainly one of them. Great signing for the Bears. He's been a great servant.
Has really reinvented himself in the last 3 or 4 years as the new ball bowler. This is very full square drive from Jennings, who after a barren spell will welcome those runs. Craig Miles, who's a good fielder, will sprint after it, but he's not going to reach that. And Jennings goes to 16, and Alan Dolby is absolutely fuming with himself as he takes his cap from Nigel Long. Because he's given 4 runs to a batsman who was struggling a little bit, battling himself as much as anything, Jennings, but 69 without loss after 25 overs. He's had very little cricket, Keaton Jennings, to be fair. And Paul Allott was saying yesterday that a lot of players now, they don't play any second 11 cricket when they're coming back in. They go straight back out into the centre like this. And it's not easy to find your way into form.
No, but he won't get a much better surface, I don't think, right now to come back into cricket. And blimey, he's experienced, he's got a good head on him, and he'll settle in pretty quickly. There's not a lot of complicated movements in his technique.
Rhodes bowls a short one, which surprises Wells, not in a way that intimidates him, but he was expecting to be able to get into position to pull that quite comfortably, but the bounce was higher. Tennis ball bounce, though. And I tell you what, there's nothing like it for a seam bowler. You just love this. You've just bent your back, you've bowled a bouncer, and the wicket-keeper decides to put the helmet on and stand up.
Yeah, that delivery was weird. It almost had the look of a slow ball bouncer, didn't it? The way it came out of the surface. I'm sorry, Rhodesy, if it wasn't. I'm not trying to do you a disservice. Yeah,
it felt like a T20 delivery.
Yeah.
And now he goes down the leg side, and Burgess does well to get a glove on that. They'll come through for what I suspect will be a bye. It is. And the score goes to 70 without loss.
That's almost one of those where your bowler, if you didn't know better, is saying, I'm not having you up to the stumps for me. Chuck one down the leg side and clear off back where you were standing.
It looks like he was there specifically for Luke Wells, because he now goes back for Keaton Jennings. There are still 2 slips in place. Point, cover, extra cover mid-off. And this is on a nice length, just outside off stump, but forward with the confidence that you quite rightly say, actually, with this pitch, you know that you get into position, get in behind it. It's not going to cause you too much of a problem.
No. But I go back to the keeping Burgess coming up from. I think it's a really good tactic that's underused.
Yeah.
If you've got the confidence to do it, if the pitch is good enough to do it, if the conditions suit, you know, it just changes things up a bit and can get in a batsman's head.
Jennings awaits Rhodes. It's a medium pace delivery, well outside off stump, quite full, but not quite full enough for the square drive that he produced in the last over from Hannon Dolby. So as a result, with no timing, he kind of smothers it out into the covers.
I mean, you know, you'll remember Keith Piper, who was one of the best up to the stumps, was just fantastic. I mean, he's brilliant back from the stumps, but keeping to someone like Donald or Small, who got the ball to wobble a lot, but up to the stumps, he was just incredible.
Rose once more, turned into the leg side in front of square. Sibley will chase it. Just a single. 71 without loss. When he was standing back, and I mentioned this the other week on commentary, because I've got a friend who I've known for many years who's a former goalkeeper and a goalkeeping coach, and his obsession was about the best goalkeepers can get an extra step in when they're making a save. And for me, Keith Piper's footwork is part of what made him a great keeper.
Yeah.
His feet were so quick to get into position, and then of course his hands were clean.
Yeah. Yeah, his hands were like butter.
Oh,
just used to melt. A real artist behind the stumps.
Wells with the wicketkeeper back up to the stumps again. That chops it down into the offside. Davis does the fielding. End of the over, the 26th. 244 runs behind now, Lancashire, on 71 without loss. Of course, during that time as well, they also have the beauty of Dominic Ostler in the slips, who... no, he's not the best slipper I've seen for Warwickshire, purely because Ricky Clark played for the county for many years, and you know his ability was to catch the ball was quite exceptional. But Piper and Ostler feeding off Alan Donald and Tim Munton, that was a marriage made in heaven.
I think you're right about Clarkey. I mean, but he and Ostler both, it was like catching pigeons. They were incredible. Covered a huge area. Ozzy stood at slip to me a fair bit and was just, some of the catches he took were incredible.
But, great reach, even low down as well for a tall man, as Jennings tries to clip a short ball in front of square. Lintott does the fielding. Just trying to work out who's off at the moment. I didn't spot whoever it was at the time. Was it Sam Hain again? Could be. Took some time off the field earlier. Yeah. He'd normally be in the slip cordon if he was out there right now.
He might be going to get the pads back on again for short leg.
Yeah, that's what he did last time, wasn't it? That was the reason he went out there. Jake Lintott won't mind doing a bit of fielding. He's worked really, really hard on that in the last couple of years. Back of a length from Hannon Dolby, defended into the offside by Jennings. He hasn't played a lot of shots, but looks fairly comfortable out there. But Jake Lintott, a late comer to full-time professional cricket, was still teaching in the early part of last summer. But now very desirable bowler around franchise cricket.
Yeah, I watched him bowl a couple of times last year, and he's looks a bit of a handful in the right conditions.
And he doesn't get fazed by anything. Concedes very few boundaries, which is a virtue with your 4 over spells or 20 balls, is it, in the 100? And Dolby outside off stump, and Jennings hasn't quite got that one right. Looking to drive a ball that wasn't there. He is, for me, mentally, he's battling himself a bit here, Keaton Jennings. If he bats through the close of play today, he'll be into mid-season form, but he's not there yet.
Yeah, and there's something simply about that, about batting time in the middle. If you've not played for a while, you just lose that rhythm of just eating up balls, as Sibley did.
And Dolby, that's a slower ball. He's held that one back and off a thick inside edge. It slides down the leg side. There's no run. He wasn't sure where that was, Jennings, but Alan Dolby there just using a bit of experience because the ball's not doing anything for him. So angling it in and taking a bit of pace off it.
Yeah, and Keaton's just got to show some patience here because they're scoring a quick enough rate, just under threes. But Wells is scoring quick enough to take that pressure off him. So he's got time to give himself time, if you like.
They'll be perfectly happy if they're still batting going into the final session tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That one's turned Jennings round. Bounce surprised him a little bit. Outside edge of the bat. Squirts out into the offside. The light is getting worse, and considering the floodlights are on, it is quite dark out now. The rain, certainly we expect some around 4. Could get a little bit earlier, and the direction of the wind would suggest the weather's coming from our left, and it is looking a bit dark towards the motorway.
Yeah, it's definitely got more gloomy in the last few minutes.
So, in comes Helen Dolby again, defended into the offside, picked up at point by Craig Miles.
Well, if anyone knows rain, I reckon it's Scott. And
what's he saying?
Being a local, he's saying it's coming within about half an hour.
Okay.
Is that right, Scott? I was trying to big you up there.
Oh. I thought it was your corns again. Are your corns flaring up? Do they flare every time it's going to rain? Have you paid the extra money for the app so you see it go a bit further? No, I just, It's one of those apps that likes to tell you what the weather's doing now, but if you're for a small fee, it'll tell you what it might do in the next hour.
Yeah, that's right.
You were right about Sam Hain going to get the pads on, by the way.
Well,
it's like you know the game sometimes.
I've done this a few times.
Hey? Strange, isn't it? So Hain is back out there with the shin pads on and the helmet on, and Danny Briggs is going to bowl for the first time in this session. And a couple of overs before lunch, and got through onto the pads a couple of times and had some optimistic appeals. And this ball is dabbed down behind square by Wells, and there's no run. It was time to try something different.
Yeah, given the overheads, it's probably the last thing that Rhodes wanted to do is bring spin on, but given the pitch, probably had to.
This is full outside off stump and driven square by Wells. There'll be a single. Fielder is out deep there, McAndrew. And it's 72 without loss. You can tell how dark it's getting because where Alex Davis is fielding at short mid-wicket now, he is casting 4 shadows from the floodlights.
Very little ones.
4 short shadows. The floodlights here, which I don't know what the official design is, but if you could, I can't see them. Imagine a toilet brush. It's kind of the shape they are. It's driven up towards mid-off rather, and it's a quick single. Well judged. Lintott did the fielding. So somebody else has gone off to take a break. But they got through well, and Jennings is up to 18. Scott's laughing at that, but I don't think I'm far wrong with toilet brush.
Yeah, I mean, I love Emirates Old Trafford. It's a great ground. The lights aren't quite as elegant as the ease of Edgbaston, are they?
No. The ease are good, as the shaman once said.
That's right, yeah.
Briggs bowls and it's defended the offside.
Ebenezer good. Yeah, let's not go into that. Yeah.
No, better not.
Yeah.
It was a very popular tune for all sorts of reasons, part of a dance culture, shall we say.
Was that your era, Rich?
Kind of, as again it's pushed out into the offside. I thought we were a very similar age, you and I.
How old are you?
Similar age. I was born in 1970.
Yeah.
And you were 71, weren't you? Or
73.
Oh, you haven't had your big birthday yet.
So you're actually younger than my wife.
Driven into the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's well timed by Wells again. He goes up to 48. And it's 77 without loss. She'll really thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to have to go and do. I'll have to go and do my report at 3 o'clock. But 77 without loss. Scott will be back in a moment.
Yeah, and a good start here. Waiting for Scott to come back into the chair, but really steady start from Lancs. Unfortunately, it just has the feel about the clouds rolling in and that we might get some weather soon. It's certainly more gloomy than it was last time you were on, Scott, and even taking away the floodlights, if you look at the other lights around the ground in some of the boxes, they're certainly much more brighter than brighter than they were.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? But we continue at the minute, which is good. As saying that, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells might not agree with that. As Jennings plays forward in defence, as Hannon Dolby comes tearing in from that Jimmy Anderson end, and there's no run. The wind seems to have picked up as well. There's quite a strong breeze around the ground. You can see the whites on the players flapping away. The flags on the roof of the pavilion as well. Albeit not quite as brutal, actually, as it was here for the game against Gloucestershire, where the Colin, who's in charge of this wonderful production, has a fancy wind gauge with him.
Right.
As Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls, and Jennings plays forward, and there's no run. And he went outside with the wind gauge, and I think he got speeds of over 20 miles an hour. It was
right.
Absolutely brutal.
When was that?
So that was not last week, the week before.
Okay.
For the game against Gloucestershire.
I was in Florida then. It was back in flags.
Was
there.
it? Yeah.
Oh, gorgeous.
Was it lovely?
Yeah.
It must have been difficult for you, though.
Yeah, it was tough. Although, to be fair, I've not had a holiday for 3 years, so I hope I'd earned it, but it was lovely. Yeah.
I think it's fair to say you've probably earned it, actually.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby in and bowling to Jennings is up onto his toes, and that's played out to the offside, and there is no run.
It's actually our sort of happy place as a family. We've been going for years, and we don't go on loads of extravagant holidays, but once a year we've always tried to get away with the kids, particularly when I was in county cricket, and October was always the time we could go, and we sort of fell in love with Florida. Yeah, and I love the idea of putting shorts and a t-shirt on every day. Didn't wear trousers once while I was away. It's just perfect.
And then Dolby from around the wicket. Jennings bends his knees, tries to cut the ball. Just bounces out towards Miles at cover point, and there is no run. 77 without loss.
Yeah, it's hard work, this, isn't it? Hard work. It's really difficult when a pitch is good, but the bowler's keeping the discipline here. You know, almost saying, well, I'm going to bowl 5 overs. If I go for anywhere between, 8 to 12 or 7 to 10, then I've done my job. And just trying to control that scoring rate.
Hannon Dolby for Warwickshire bowls, and Jennings up onto his toes, just drops the ball away into the offside. Alex Davis comes up from extra cover to field, and there is no run. It must be slightly awkward for any batting side in these conditions, because it must be difficult to put it out of your mind that there's a potential that we might be going off in the not too distant future.
Yeah, there's a bit of that, I'm sure. And I was saying to Rich a few minutes ago, I think for someone like Keaton who's not played, it's just that time in the middle where it doesn't matter how much cricket you've played, you start to think, I want to throw my hands at one in a minute. I just want to get going. And you feel like you're getting into a bit of a rut, and there's something about, if you've just not, it's the same as bowling, if you've not spent that time on task, your mind can wander. And all it takes is a knock, and maybe this is it for Keaton. He just needs to find some rhythm. But as we saw, as I said, with Sibley in the Warwickshire innings, that sometimes you just need to get that one under your belt where you just go, okay, yeah, everything's fallen back into place now. And it certainly helps when you're playing on a surface like this, which looks like a really good cricket pitch.
Will it help a little bit that, obviously Wells is in good form, he's played all season. Will that help him a little bit that Wells is scoring a little bit more freely?
Definitely.
Here's Briggs in and bowling. Goes off the back foot. Luke Wells gets a single here, just played it very calmly away through the offside. Jogs through for 1, moves to 49, 78 without loss.
Definitely help that'll take any perceived or otherwise pressure off Keaton. But at the same time, Wells will also want to be rotating the strike, so he's seeing enough balls.
Briggs to Jennings. Thinks about 1, just leaning into it, working the ball out through the onside. Underneath the dive of Alex Davis, who picks himself up. And there's no run added. Score remains on 78 without loss. Briggs over the wicket, balls again. It'll skip down the pitch and driven nicely for 4 for Keaton Jennings. And he moves on to 22. And Lancashire move on to 82 without loss.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Used his feet, came down the pitch. You just felt something was building for Jennings there, and that can go either way for Briggs, but nicely executed in the end. Got close enough to it, and a really nice straight shot. I get frustrated as a left-arm spinner when I see that, with it beating, mid-off on the left-hand side.
Jennings just working this ball out through the offside for 1 run. He moves to 23 now, 83 without loss.
Just think if you're going to come down and hit it, you want the batsman to try and hit it squarer, so wider mid-off, or even the other side of extra cover. To hit the ball straight back with a spin almost, it's too easy. I'll just have that mid-off tighter.
Briggs to Wells, that's a forward in defence, and there's no run. So it's more fielding position than what the bowler's done there.
Absolutely, yeah, not the bowler, but I think he, to be fair, Keaton used his feet and got to the ball. But if you're mid-off straighter, well, that's a dot ball.
Fizzes this one in. That's crunched away through the covers by Luke Wells, and that's flicked away from the boundary rope by McAndrew. That's a really good piece of work. That I think Wells probably thought that was 4, but either way, he's got himself to a 50. Luke Wells, he's come back and run 2, and it's 51 not out from 90 deliveries, and we can see there 9 4s in that knock for Luke Wells, who's helped Lancashire move on to 85 without loss at the end of the 30th over.
He's played well, hasn't he? He's actually done it without a great deal of fuss. He's put the bad ball away when it's come. He's played straight. He's driven well straight and through mid-off and extra cover particularly. But done it with little fluster or noise, which is always a good sign.
I think that kind of sums up beautifully his start to his Lancashire career. As Alan Dolby's in and bowling a short ball to Keaton Jennings down the leg side and taken by Burgess. Obviously been here last season as well, but I think that sums up him perhaps as a batter, certainly from what I've seen with Lancashire.
Is it fair to say then he needs to convert a bit more to the bigger scores?
Yeah, and he said that in an interview as well.
Yeah,
when I've spoken to him.
No time like the present.
Absolutely.
Looking out there, I don't know what the forecast is like for the next 2 days, but
I think it's okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Make hay.
Hannon Dolby over the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who's playing and missing.
You'd expect that in Manchester, wouldn't you? You'd expect good weather and
of course you would.
Sunshine.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Not had a single moment lost to rain in the 1 game we've had here so far.
1 day or 1 game?
1 game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrible last week on Sunday in Southampton. It obviously was raining, but it wasn't properly raining. It's Hannon Dolby's in to Jennings, that's left and through to the keeper, no run. So Lancashire had been set 350 to win. Hampshire needed 10 wickets on the last day, and it was really light, kind of drizzly stuff. We got the delayed start. That's taking Lancashire out of the games completely for them. And then we hung around, and Hampshire were -1 on the over rate.
All right.
So we were hanging around waiting to see if they could get out there and solve it. But yeah, eventually it was called off on about 5 o'clock on the Sunday. Hannon Dolby to Jennings.
You're saying it's grim down south?
It was lovely. I very much enjoy my. Well, you'll know the Aegeus Bowl as well as anybody.
Yeah, I lived there for
exactly
3 months, just about.
Well, no, I very much enjoyed the 5 days in Southampton.
Did you stay on ground?
I did.
It's nice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I must say we everywhere we got really well looked after here. We're going back to bubbles, but at the Aegeus as well, it was as good as the experience could have been, considering.
Hannon Dolby tearing his way back in, bowling forward because Jennings calmly in defence, and the ball bounces up towards mid-off and there's no run.
And we were very lucky to have that facility really at grounds where you've got hotels big enough to cater for both squads, and big squads as they were, officials, ground staff, etc., etc. Yeah, we were very lucky, and how they delivered both Emirates, Old Trafford, and Aegeus was amazing.
Wasn't it? Yeah, remarkable when you look back at it now. How it was all put together to get something on. And Dolby to Jennings. He's up onto his toes, guides the ball away through the onside. There's no run. It's 3:10. It's the second day. We've got 46 overs left today. So even if we didn't have any interruptions, we would certainly be a little late for tea.
I'm teeing off at 7 o'clock in the morning. I hope that's. I know the M6 could be tricky, so hope I can get back.
Yes, hopefully that'll be the case. But the umpires seem a little bit more relaxed. They kept kind of shouting at each other, not in a nasty way, just that they, rather than meeting in the middle, they kind of had a conversation from distance. But they seem to have stopped doing that, so maybe it's eased a bit. Maybe that wind that we mentioned, we can see there, the strong wind, has perhaps blown a few of the darker clouds away. Here's Briggs to Wells, who goes back and defends into the offside. There's no run.
I wonder whether there's just a little bit in the air, just looking out there.
Okay.
I suppose if anyone knows it, it's going to be little Bumble, isn't it? He'll be able to smell it coming. He's like his dad.
Briggs in and balling. And Wells, he's driving away through the offside. So here we go again. This is battle between the ball and McAndrew. And once again, excellent work. Coming out from that point boundary towards the deep extra cover boundary. It's a really good piece of work, that. Totally committed. Getting both hands on that. You can easily kind of push that over the rope, or you can get to it and the ball then goes underneath your body. There's a lot of things that could go wrong.
Yeah, he's done well there. Almost a replay of last over. Just got a little bit full on occasion, Briggs.
He's back in, left arm over, and worked away into the onside by Luke Wells. And Alex Davis is buzzing around, as Alex Davis does. Not with the gloves, but I think Richard said he's going to keep Wicket in the white ball game.
Okay.
For the Bears. I could have that wrong, but I'm sure he said that. Wells playing forward and defending, and there's no run.
I was going to talk about that, actually, because since I left, Alex has sort of moved away from keeping, hadn't he? I know he'd had a couple of injuries, but I just thought he was a very good keeper.
This is driven firmly by Luke Wells. He just bursts through the hands of extra cover, but allows him to get through only for a single. It was hit firmly. Wells moves on to 54, and the score moves on to 88 without loss.
Well, good all-rounder. That gives you the second string, doesn't it, to your bow, if you're doing both of those jobs.
Worked away by Jennings into the onside for no run. End of the over, 88 without loss. Well, I had many conversations with Alex about opening the batting and keeping wicket, and he was mega keen, wasn't he, to do it? That's what he always wanted to do.
Well, he loves it, doesn't he? He loves being involved. He's combative. He's that sort of character. Wants to be in the thick of it. I was quite surprised that he hadn't kept a lot in the last couple of years. But obviously with Dane here as well, another excellent cricketer and a good signing for Lancashire. But yeah, Alex probably I remember most for that innings he played in the final in 15. We were talking about it earlier in the T20 final at Edgbaston when he played beautifully. It's funny you remember those moments, and I always remember when Nasser Hussain was my captain with England, and he'd always talk about his boys, who did well by him. He did well, he looked after. And I think you always remember those moments in your teams when certain individuals do things that make such a big difference, and that innings that day was huge.
It's another bowling change. McAndrew coming into the attack from the Anderson end, bowling full and off stump, and Wells defends it back towards McAndrew. I think he's bowling for the first time from that Anderson end. I think his previous 6 overs have been from the Brian Statham end. Yeah.
He's quite slight, isn't he? He's stocky, but he's not very tall. I can't get my head around that number 0. Number 0? Is that what you'd say?
Number 0, yeah. It is a little unusual. In and balls to Wells, who defends away into the offside, and there is no run. It's nice to see Alex. I saw him this morning in the lift, and had a brief chat with him. He said, "Didn't trouble you for very long on commentary, did it, on the first day?" So it was only second time, you know. But yeah, interesting decision for him to move away from Lancashire and start afresh. But that happens more and more now, doesn't it? Players, change of scenery and different voices and things like that. It's frustrating for Lancashire fans. I get that, as Wells rocks back and pulls this behind square leg for a single. Just takes his bottom hand off the bat, gets a run, moves to 55-89 with that loss. Because fans don't like seeing one of their own leave, do they? But
yeah, I mean, there is naturally much more movement between counties, but of players generally, because of the franchise systems and different formats around the world. I think I said earlier, I was with Tim Munton yesterday, one of my old teammates, and we were talking with the guys, the dressing room we played in, which played a lot of cricket together for a long time. Yes, the odd person left and moved, but far less than they do nowadays.
Jennings is forward in defence as McAndrew comes in.
But that works both ways. I mean, there was, you talk about loyalty. It does work both ways, because it's generally a more cutthroat game now. You get less time, whether it be as a player, captain, coach, director, whatever. There's much more pressure for results. And the old days of players being with clubs for 15 years, seeing yourself off to a benefit, etc., are disappearing.
McAndrew bowls. Jennings off the back foot, cuts for 4. Just leans back, Keaton Jennings. And the ball travels at a fair pace out towards that deep point boundary. And Lancashire move on to 93 with that loss.
Yep, that was where you don't want to bowl on this pitch, I'd say. There was not a lot on it, short, wide. And Keaton would be thankful for that. Just get him going against the seamers.
And to be fair, there's only a bit... It's an odd delivery that's been like that in the main. I think certainly since lunch. Feels as though Warwickshire have kept it as tight as they can, but it's a good start, this, by Lancashire. This comes back into Keaton Jennings, has him down on his knees. Quite sure whereabouts that's hit, but...
Midriff, shall we say?
Yeah, yes.
I think it's difficult, and there's... As the bowling unit, there's almost... You look at McAndrew, there's sort of two things going on here. He's desperately trying to get in the game and get a wicket, as well as keep some control. But ideally, you want the bowlers working both ends together, so creating control and keeping everything tight together. So, as we talked about earlier, stringing those balls together, dot balls together to build pressure and build pressure. Balls like that just release it. So whatever pressure's been had, it just releases the valve, and the batsmen breathe again. So that's where you've got to, as batting's important, working in partnerships, bowling is as well. You've got to build collective pressure.
Here's Briggs to continue from the state of the men. Forward goes Wells. There's a yes and a no, a little bit there between Wells and Jennings as that's dropped into the offside.
And that pressure varies also, where if conditions are suiting one end, or it's spinning, or it's swinging for a Jimmy Anderson, you might have a different job to do against the wind at the other end. But always looking to work in partnerships. Not always going to be your day, but if you, as I said earlier, if you bowl 5 overs for 10, and the other bloke takes 4 for 10 at the other end, well, you're pretty happy.
Briggs left arm over bowling, worked off the pads by Luke Wells, just eased away down towards McAndrew. And backward square leg, and there is no run. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg, short mid wicket, short extra cover, mid off and a mid on, deep point. Cries of catch as Wells gets forward, the ball loops up and then just drops back down the pitch.
That's nice. Just bounced, gripped. And it's amazing how that can change as well, the atmosphere and the tempo around the bat.
Briggs in again, bowling. Wells going back this time and defending.
Even the way a batsman thinks and plays, just takes one ball often to change that. Oh, I'm not so sure next time I go forward. And certainly as a bowler, it's nice to see something happening.
Briggs in.
There you go.
Wells looks to sweep, perhaps for the first time.
Where's that come from? Exactly. You know, he's played in a calm, talked about unflustered manner. One ball spits, 2 balls later, massive sweep shot. Now, there's nothing wrong with a sweep shot. We all know the sweep shot's a good shot, but actually, they've just demonstrated there isn't a great deal of need to do anything different at the moment. There's enough balls coming to score off. Briggs has bowled enough balls that they've been able to drive and hit in conventional areas through extra cover and mid-off. But that's what, you know, spin does if one grips. It creates a bit of panic.
That's why it's good fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
McAndrew for the Bears, in and bowling to Jennings. Has had a little extra bounce, and Jennings up onto his toes. A tall man already, Jennings, but gave himself a little extra height to get on top of that and drop it safely enough into the offside for no run.
Not a lot in that, is there, when it's dug in? Sometimes it's more difficult to play as a top-order batter when there's less pace on it. At least if you know if it's coming on, you can either get under it or hit it. But it almost forces you to stand up and play it, and you can end up pushing your hands at it, which Keaton did a bit there. Now, because of that, a short leg coming in, Hayne coming back into short leg. It feels like it's an interesting period of play this now. A couple of balls there, you know, it feels like something might happen.
McAndrew from around the wicket bowls, another one that just gets Jennings up onto his toes, and again he guides the ball safely enough into the ground. It runs towards Miles in the gully.
Yep, so it looks like they're going chin music for a bit here. That's what it appears. So they're going man round the corner. Deep square's now got in front of square, so they can have that man round the corner and a fine leg and a short leg in as well. You know, we've seen it a tactic used in international cricket a lot when there's not a lot happening, and it's not bad to go to. It can break your bowlers because it's hard work, but to get that opening, to get that wicket, it can, you know, it's worth a punt.
Yeah, leg gully and a short leg and a deep square leg. This is flicked by Jennings just off his kind of hip down towards deep backward square leg. Good sounds though, this from Warwickshire in the field. This is good. It's a good partnership here for Lancashire, but you feel as though they're buzzing around. There's a lot of chatter. Everyone's encouraging each other. So I like that. I think the fielding's been good. They're doing what they can here, and what looks like a belter to bat on.
Yeah, noise has gone up a lot. Softball that, you know, when you're talking about that sort of, you're going to that chin music. You've either got to be at the head or fuller. That was just a bit nothingy off the hip and released the pressure a bit on Keaton, but going with the same tactics against Wells, which is good. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, the field is set as it exactly was for Keaton Jennings. Got McAndrew doing his best, tearing in and bowling. That is short. Wells rocks back, pulls the ball down towards deep backward square leg for 4.
That's good. Sorry, from a bowling perspective, that's good. You don't mind that. It's gone for 4 and it's gone fine. Beaten both Davis and the fine leg man behind him, but it's a bit flappy. It's a bit not an awful lot of control in that. That could have gone anywhere. So although it's 4, I think both Rhodes and McAndrew will take some pleasure out of that.
McAndrew comes back in, bowls again, short once more, top edge. Will it fall? To Davis it does. But no bat or glove on that. Davis up in celebration. The ball looped up to him at leg slip or leg gully, but not off the glove or the bat. To Warwickshire's despair, they thought the plan had worked a treat. Well, everybody up, everybody in celebration.
Difficult to know, isn't it, from here? We need a slow-mo, but exactly what Warwickshire wanted. Could easily have gone the other way.
As a batter, have you got 2 options with this now? Because you've seen with the way that Jennings played it, not the one off the hip, but the short stuff. He just got on top of it and dropped it into the offside. Wells' approach so far has been the opposite. He's looking to try and take this on. I guess that's just a judgment call from the the individuals. McAndrew comes in and bowls a little fuller than it has Wells pushing away for no run.
Yeah, so, look, realistically, what's changed? Nothing's really changed in the game except, you know, he's bowling consistently more short. There's no pace in the pitch, which can make it more difficult because it's not as easy just to get under the ball. But it's just got a bit flustered, a bit flappy, which we've not seen yet from these two. They've been quite controlled, and Wells particularly has played in a very controlled manner. It's almost taking a step out and going, it's fine. Just watching the replay here.
Slow it right down.
It looks like arm, yeah. Looks like it was a good decision, but... So...
Briggs in and bowling, that's a little tentative from Jennings. He'll get a run just off the outer edge of the bat down towards the third man boundary. He'll get two of them, in fact.
So it's never easy when someone, you know, goes with that.
Century partnership as well between Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells.
Yeah, well played, these two. It's never easy when someone goes with that tactic, but you've always got to put yourself in the fielding side's position and go, well, we know why they're doing it. They're only going to do it for a short period, and it's only a relatively small amount of balls I'm going to... But we saw 2 in 2 there. He goes for the pull shot. Looks a bit rushed.
Jennings and defends, no run.
Looks a bit rushed. I said, use that word flustered, a bit flustered, lacking control. And that's what, you know, you've always got to take a step out and go, I've got to be calm here.
Briggs in, deflects away off the pad of Keaton Jennings, and there's...
I've got a bit of Take That coming through my... Is that your playlist?
That's the one for the long journey back from Southampton. Briggs in. Again, coming forward is Jennings. Defending back to the bowler. There's no run.
And sometimes you don't get a second chance with that. You know, Wells was... It looked like he didn't hit it, but could easily have been given out. I think he just needs to take a breath.
Briggs bowls, and Jennings goes back, works the ball away to Davis at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Warwickshire thought they got the trap had worked. Briggs to Jennings, and going back and working the ball across his pads out towards square leg for a single. So he'll be on strike for the next over, which we assume will be from McAndrew, and we guess it will be the same tactic. We'll find out in a minute. But 100 on the board between these two, 101 without loss, and a century partnership for the first wicket. I've seen an email flash up from the great Ken Grime. This will be some information about century partnerships. Here we go. The last century opening partnership for Lancashire came at Headingley last season, 163 between Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. Thank you, Ken. Yeah, looks like we're going to go again with Blam.
Why wouldn't you?
Is there a slight element of risk to this because the light isn't great? You may be more inclined as an umpire to take the players off if this is the approach under gloomy skies.
But then as a fielding side, you're probably happy to go off anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, right now you probably, if that, you know, you don't want to go off, but if that's the outcome, well, it gives you a chance to regroup.
McAndrew in and bowls. It is short again, and Jennings up onto his toe, trying to ride it and steer it away. Drops down towards Davis, who's floating around in the leg gully position, and there's no run.
Yeah, so far he's delivered this tactic well. It's it sounds an easy thing to do, just, you know, bowl short and bowl at the head, but his lines have been excellent to the left-handers and made it uncomfortable.
We were discussing yesterday on commentary this type of approach, because McAndrew bowls again. This time Jennings just leans back and allows that one to go through to the keeper, because Luke Wood was doing something a little bit similar. And we both, Richard and I, mentioned Wagner. And he was obviously at Lancashire. Now I'm trying to remember, was he at Lancashire with you?
Yeah.
Because he was absolutely outstanding at it, wasn't he? And sustaining it for so long.
Still does it, yeah. Yeah. And I think because of his, a bit like Wood and McAndrew, their angles, they're quite low. Even on a quicker wicket, it's difficult to get under because it's quite skiddy.
McAndrew running in from the Anderson end, bowls. Little nudge away off the hip by Jennings. And he takes the single and moves on to 32. And the score ticks along to 102 without loss. This is the battle we want to see, really.
Yeah. It was almost as though McAndrew had said, I'll give you one off your hip here. Because I want 3 at Wells. See if he's going to play it the same way.
Yeah, this is the intriguing little bit. And I quite like this as well. There's a bit of extra theatre to all this because bowlers having a conversation. There's a few people pointing around. Maybe change the field. Just leave the batter to wait a little bit.
Well, if you're going to bowl that, I don't know why you wouldn't have your mid-on wider as well, almost at a mid-wicket. Just say, well, if you're going to flap, if it goes up, not going to need you at mid-on. Oh, bowled. Yeah, and so that's the other one. It's what you want the batsman doing, sitting back, waiting for the short, fast one, and that ball earlier in his innings, which was a full, almost half volley, Wells would have put away through mid-off or covers, but because of what's happened before, ended up just sitting back, sort of feet in the toilet, as we'd say, and throwing his hands at it and playing miss. It's a good spell of cricket, this.
Feet in the toilet?
Yeah. Stuck in the bowl, so you can't move them.
Got you, right, yeah. McAndrew again bowls. Whipped away by Wells. It bounces in front of Davis. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's good sustained pressure, this.
Yeah.
Again, feels like something's going to happen. Doesn't always. But even that's an interest. It was like a half-pole clip. Waiting for the short ball, definitely. I would say this one probably won't disappoint him.
Well, there's plenty there waiting to pounce for Warwickshire. Deep square leg, long leg. It's at McAndrew in bowling. This time it's steered down through the gully region, down towards the boundary. He'll certainly come back for a couple. And he's thinking of the idea of a third, but restricted to 2.
Great fielding.
104 without loss. Yeah, I really, that's the end of the over as well. If we got left, 40 left of the day, so 8 until tea. Enormous credit to Warwickshire here. I mean, the defending champions are a good team, but the way that, I mean, this has been a good start for Lancashire, but the feel of the players out there is excellent. If you were head coach of this team at the minute, you'd be pretty happy with what they're doing.
Yeah,
the energy and all the rest of it.
Can't always guarantee wickets and runs, and every day is going to be a belter, but you can control your attitude, and yeah, what the impact you have out there on the field and the energy you're giving, and at the moment, yeah, it's looking good. I would imagine out there in the dressing room are all still thinking in the back of their minds, we just didn't get enough runs on this. It's a good pitch, but that's done now. All you can do is control what's going on.
Briggs in bowling and driven through the offside for 4 as a full toss in the end. Jennings punched the ball firmly through the covers, and he moves on to an increasingly confident 36 for Keaton Jennings. His first game, of course, of the season. Didn't play at the end of last year, neither. Missed a few games because of a calf injury, so his first proper time out in the middle. He got injured in pre-season in a friendly match. He's not played any second-team cricket. He just comes straight back into it, and he's moved on to 36. Briggs in and bowling.
That's nice.
Just held it back a little, perhaps?
Yeah, a bit slower into the centres, which is bold when you've just bowled a full toss. Just to loop it up a bit more, but that's a nice piece of bowling.
Briggs past umpire Lloyd.
Oh dear.
Another full toss, which is heaved away through the onside. That'll be 4 more.
Yeah. Briggs, you won't want to remember that one. That's about a knee-high full toss, which almost undid Keaton there, I think. You don't face those, very often in Championship cricket, but yeah, the first and third ball of this over, or the second and fourth ball of this over, I don't think Danny will want to remember at all. 2 full tosses.
It was just, it could still continue, but it was just bubbling up beautifully, wasn't it? With the contrast in the style of bowling as well from each end. As Jennings gets forward Just turns the ball away.
I'd rather see him continue to bowl the same way and just play with his field a bit more. So we've seen a couple of balls be driven through extra cover, and they may be full or not, but we know Keaton likes to sweep, reverse sweep. Move that man that's sweeping out on the offside straighter and say, well, look, if you want to have a reverse lap, let's have a look at it. We've seen Luke Wells play one sweep which was poorly executed and missed, but just try and play with the batter, get him into a zone where he's trying to play shots that really are either not most suited to this pitch, or that he's not most comfortable with.
112 without loss. What Warwickshire would do for a wicket here, edging towards the end of the afternoon session. This is a very deliberate looking plan. It's almost when you're on top in a football match, you've got to score. You feel like they've got to take a wicket in this little period now. McAndrew in, flicked uppishly by Wells, just kind of almost shoveled away off his hip out towards square leg for 1 run. Moves to 62. Score moves on to 113 without loss. Brings Jennings back on strike.
We are behind, aren't we? Are we behind? What time's tea supposed to be? I lose track in
about 4 minutes.
Yeah. Must be frustrating for you. And do you get overtime? Do I get overtime?
Was that
the question?
That was the genuine question, wasn't it? Yeah.
Who do I ring?
You've had a very lengthy spell this afternoon. As Jennings rocks back, tries to swat it away through mid-wicket, but doesn't time it, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's it's a different pace. I mean, I've seen a lot of Test cricket more than first-class cricket the last couple of years, and they can be long days, and the over rates can be bad at times. But this feels like it's quite slow at the moment.
You've got 38 remaining in the day after this one. But, well, we're still going when we thought maybe we wouldn't at this stage. Short again from McAndrew, but Jennings can just lean back, just drops his hand, leans back, and the ball goes through into the gloves of Burgess, and there's no run. How long can McAndrew keep bending his back and bowling like this?
Yeah, before he gets a stress fracture and
dear,
on his way home.
Back to the top of his mark. He comes past again, umpire long and in and balls, and that's worked by Jennings, just to the right of Hayne at forward short leg. Jennings gets through for a single, moves on to 41, 114 without loss.
It's definitely an art, this enforcer role, isn't it? And normally falls on certain people's shoulders to do it, doesn't it? I suppose Stokes has done it with England a fair bit, and he's obviously got pace. Remember Ricky Clark used to do it a fair bit with the Bears. Who would have done it here when I was here? Jordan Clark might have done it a little bit, I guess, with his pace, but it's a tough role, tough on the body.
Wells up onto his toes and playing it back down towards McAndrew, and there's no run. I almost sometimes liken it to kind of, because he's not very subtle, is it?
No.
Sometimes say it's a bit like the cricket version of a long ball in football. I mean, you know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Your centre halves are going to get battered from long balls. You know what's happening. It's not very subtle, but I find it fascinating to watch these.
Well, it is, and I tell you what, as someone who batted generally, well, in first class I might have batted 7, but 8 generally downwards. It's pretty horrible as well.
McAndrew in, short again.
It's not much fun.
Wells leans back and drags the ball down into the onside. There's no run. The two umpires are meeting this time. They're not going to have a conversation from distance. They're actually going to meet in the middle. So whether or not the light has just deteriorated a little more or not,
I'm not sure it has.
It doesn't feel like it from here, does it? But
no. It doesn't feel like the shadows have got any more exaggerated, have they? Maybe it's because, as you said, the enforcer bit, the short bowling has brought them together, but they're staying out there, thankfully.
You mentioned Ben Stokes. I did manage to get these details, and I don't know whether you mentioned it with Richard when he was on, but the county championship game for Durham this week, as Briggs is in, and Jennings defends and there's no run. If you did miss it, and there's a wonderful report now on the BBC Sport website about this century that Stokes got, and he got there with 5 successive sixes. There's Briggs balls. That brings Jennings forward. It loops away into the onside. There's no run, but he made 161 for Durham today from 88 balls with 8 fours and 17 sixes. It's the most sixes hit in an innings in first-class cricket in this country. As Briggs is in, that's driven out through the offside, and they get through for a 1. They might toy with the idea of a second. They do. Jennings comes back for 2, moves on to 45.
Who's paid the price? I mean, they all must have gone the distance, but who's the 5 6s come off? Do you know?
Yes, I think it was Josh Baker. Was I think he's only 18.
Well,
and he got
it's a memorable day.
Well, yeah, want to relive in years to come with the grandkids and all that.
Well, it's how you get up from it. It's the most important thing. We've all had days like that. Well, I've never been hit for 5 6s in a row, but I've had some pretty ordinary days.
Jennings works his one through mid-wicket for 1 more, 117 without loss. But yeah, there's a kind of full report on the BBC Sport website of the New England Test captain scoring a century off, I think it was 60-odd balls, got there with 5 successive sixes, and eventually out for 161.
Jeez.
Lively at New Road.
So if he got, did you say 60-odd balls for 100?
Yeah, I think so.
He only faced 80-odd balls, and he got 160. That's quite a lively last 60.
That's worked down towards fine leg. It beats the run of McAndrew, and it's gone for 4 runs. And I would need to double check that stat, but I think he got there off 60 balls.
Well, it's not a bad first-class innings, I take it, is it? Is it his first-class innings after becoming England captain?
Yes, it is, yep. As Briggs is in, and Wells is defending, and there's no run. Yeah, 64 balls for his century. End of the over, that 121 for 1. Ash, I think you can have a well-deserved break. You've had a long stint.
Thank you very much. I'll go and have a cool-down.
I'm going to have a cool-down, a cup of tea. It's the end of the over. We're edging towards tea on the second day. 121 without loss. Lancashire, terrific opening stand here between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Shall we have a look at some of the other scores while I've gone down this route? Because Durham declared on 580 for 6 and Worcestershire 80 for 4 in reply. Middlesex, these are Division 2 games, Middlesex are 138 for 4, replying to a Sussex total of 392 all out. And Glamorgan are 193 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 320 all out. And elsewhere in Division 1, they're at tea in Chelmsford, where Essex are 403 all out against Yorkshire. Gloucestershire 107 for 7, replying to a Hampshire total of 342. And Northants 82 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 401 all out. Change in the bowling, and Richard's back.
Yeah, not bowling, but Craig Miles is. As he comes in right arm round the wickets and staunchly forward. As Jennings defends it out into the offside. He remains on 44 in this 121 without loss. So that rain that was coming inside half an hour then, talk me through it.
I'm only telling you what the app is telling me.
Yeah.
Can do no more than that.
Need a better app.
Well, you often find the app that gives you the answer that you want. That's my kind of feeling towards it. Now, I didn't want it to rain particularly, but that's the one.
The echo chamber of apps.
Yes.
Miles down the leg side, good pace about it, good carry, and sprawl to his right, Burgess. Rob Yates is warming up as if he might get a couple of overs in from this end before tea, which is just under 5 overs away. Ashley's having to rescue his jumper. It's getting cold now, you see. It's getting nippy. It is murky out there. It's gone from what I always refer to as wet light, when you get the feeling that it's going to rain soon, to just being murky. Elbows pumping for Miles. That's well outside off stump, and it's meeting Burgess on the half volley, so at least manages to stop it, if not cleanly. They haven't been able to build up any real pressure, the Warwickshire bowlers, in this Lancashire innings. And again, it's a very, very good surface for batting on. But other than Hannon Dolby, there's not been a great deal of consistency. Danny Briggs hasn't been as dependable as he normally would be. May not be a lot of help for him, but normally he keeps the scoring down. Miles again, he's well outside off stump. That's of no interest to Jennings. You keep always casting an eye out to see where the ground staff would be, but actually they wouldn't necessarily emerge to our left, would they? They'd be hovering by the hover cover if they felt that the rain was imminent. So that would be directly down below us.
Ah, there they are.
Oh,
looking pretty chilled out.
They're chilled out, but they're also ready. I mean, there's nothing that says ready more than the way they're sitting there. With their legs up, crossed.
Waiting to pounce.
But they're under shelter as well. I mean, that could be a message, couldn't it? Back of a length, and that's doubled up Keaton Jennings. Wraps him in the midriff. Good line that from Miles. It's been a decent over, this one. I mean, the point is they are all in a position where they would be ready. Just like that. You wanted one of them to wave to the camera. It would have been great if one of them had known they were being filmed there. That would have been tremendous. So the building site stopped for the weekend. Early day Friday. Miles on around off stump, defended back down the trap. Miles picks up. I mean, they're down tools about 5:10 yesterday. Today, did they get beyond 3? I'm not sure they did they?
I think they kind of pushed it to in and around that area, didn't they?
Yeah, 3-ish. 3 might have been the official.
It's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, the union agreed departure time.
Exactly.
Busy weekend.
They've worked hard this week.
Get themselves ready for a night at the Hacienda.
The highlight so far of perhaps the season was watching the guy with the shovel through the
doing the
shadow shots.
Forward defensives,
Yeah,
they were.
absolutely brilliant.
He'd been watching Dom Sibley intently yesterday.
It was tremendous.
Bumble was fascinated by it all.
He was.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to get a bit of Yates. So a change. Briggs' spell has come to an end. And Yates comes in from the Statham end and bowls to Wells. That's turned out into the onside. There's no run.
Does have 2 championship wickets this season, Rob Yates, at 19 apiece. Has bowled briefly in 4 innings already.
Well, he's here for a little dart before tea. Into Wells, and gets a good stride in. Tall man turns the ball away behind square on the leg side for no run.
It's dark. The ice cream van's got his front lights on there. Look, see.
I wonder if he's done much business today, the ice cream van. Forward because Wells in defence and there's no run.
If he was closer, I'd have been tempted. I'd have come back indoors to eat it, mine. Not saying it's dark, but if you ask for your raspberry sauce, it glows now.
Yates in past the umpire, balls once more. Forward goes Wells, just turning the ball out towards deep backward square leg. And there is no run.
Well, Yates has encouraged his teammates enough to be given Sam Hain under the tin lid. He's coming back into the short leg position. Always puts a bit of pressure on somebody. I'm not going to call him a part-time off spinner because that is unfair on him, but he doesn't bowl the same volume of overs as a regular front-line spinner.
Yates in, down the pitch, and over mid-on by Wells. For a second maybe, because Hannon Dolby's a tall man, but it went over his head despite the jump. I think Hannon Dolby doing his best to try and stop the ball. But he gets enough on it, clears the jump there of Hannon Dolby, and gets himself 4 more runs. 125 without loss.
There was a moment that you thought that the fielder was in the game there, but he's caught it crisply enough that it just didn't come down.
It sounded good off the bat, that, didn't it? And this ball's tickling its way up towards the pavilion. I'm not sure there's much bat on the ball. They'll come back for what? 2 leg byes. Just deflected off his thigh pad, perhaps, something like that. Just beyond the reach of Burgess, the keeper. And that's the end of the over. So Yates, with his first over, has gone for 4. Again, the 2 umpires are having a little meeting. This has become a regular get-together between these two.
There's nothing to dispel the notion that this is a really good track to bat on. There's been plenty of carry. You know, if you get a nick, it's going to get through to the slips. Overhead conditions haven't caused the ball to misbehave much. And it looks like we may be coming off for bad light. Yeah, so tea will happen slightly earlier than it would have done, because we would have had 3 more overs in theory to catch up. The question will be whether the weather will relent and get us back on, but the standard has now been set for what is too dark. They'll put the light meter on top of the stumps to take a measurement of what it was when it was too dark to play, and it means Lancashire, actually, as long as it doesn't get too stop-start for what remains of the day, will be delighted on 127 without loss that they've taken such a chunk out of Warwickshire's total. 188 runs behind, and they've had a very, very comfortable session there. Really, all told, they haven't been tested as much as you would have hoped to have done if you were Warwickshire.
Yeah, they'll be delighted. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, the 2 umpires, are still out there doing their meter readings, but you can hear the sound of the hover cover firing into life. So whether it is raining now or whether or not the ground staff know that it's on its way. I can see 1 brolly up in front of the hotel, 1 blue and white striped brolly. But there we go, there's the light meter, balanced on the two stumps.
Do you know what it's like? It's a Nokia. As though he's been playing Snake on it, and now he's popping it on the stumps. Nobody will know. Nobody will know that wasn't his light meter. And it might have been that a little bit of drizzle in the air just made the decision all the more comfortable for them. But they have taken, officially they're off for light because the measurement's been taken. But there may well be that there is a little bit of something in the air, and say just the 1 brolly that you've spotted so far. And of course, look, it's Lancashires, they're a doughty type, but they know they're not going to dissolve if they get rained on. It's never happened yet. So we have a break. We'll have at least a tea interval anyway now, won't they? Because they'll automatically go into a tea interval. So we'll have a break in play for 20 minutes. But if this is what Lancashire take as a position into tomorrow morning, I'll not be disappointed.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with their day's work. So as that all gets settled into position, Matt's carrying the stumps. We'll have a break with the score at 127 without loss. The umpires have taken their meter reading. Their little notebook there is where they've made a little reference as to what it is, and that's what we'll, as Richard said, work on now for the remainder of the game. We'll find out whether or not we're going to get any further play, or we'll see whether we resume after tea within the next 20 minutes or so, with Lancashire 127 without loss, Wells 70, Jennings on 44. Go and put the kettle on. Yeah, it's a rather gloomy scene, I'm afraid, here at Emirates Old Trafford. The covers are on. The rain continues to fall. It's not massively heavy, but it's enough for us not to be out there playing and enjoying watching Keaton Jennings bat along with Luke Wells. Whether or not we get any further play today remains to be seen, but Keaton joins me in the studio. Keaton, lovely to see you back out there with a bat. How much have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been great fun. Even just yesterday, being in and around. Obviously, travelled with the lads last week. Just being around, I think I was knackered after the bus trip, to be honest. It's been quite a while since I was back in and around playing. So to go into a competitive environment again, it was 9 months almost to the day since I played my last competitive game. So it's been a while. So good to play a full day yesterday. I think Burnsy had a few heart attacks at 1 or 2 points, kind of trying to run around. But no, look, it's special being back, and I think when you do or take periods of time out the game through choice or through, I suppose, injury, it makes you realise actually how special it is to be playing in Lancashire and to be playing here at Emirates Old Trafford.
So 9.5 months out, injured in a pre-season friendly. No second team cricket, but just rock up and crack on with it. I mean, goodness me, how difficult is that to do?
Yeah, well, yeah, I suppose it's one of those. I've had a few nets and had quite a few nets, but it's just the timing of when the games have fallen. Then you miss another week if you want to play some second team cricket, because we got back quite late Sunday night. Obviously, the second team were playing at Scarborough Monday, so it's a good 2.5 hours, 3 hours drive. Probably only get in at 4 a.m. And then you play Monday, Tuesday, and I think I would have been back-to-back for about 16 or 17 days without a day's rest if I'd done that. So you put in hours. I suppose a lot of people think when you're injured, you kind of do a little bit of rehab and go home. But Sam Byrne and Tom Webster, they run you to the ground properly, which is brilliant. So, look, I've loved being back out there. It's a really good wicket out there, to be fair. So it's of all the games to come back and play, I think it's a really good one.
In terms of your injury, it's so unlucky for you, Keats, wasn't it? Because you did one calf at the end of last season and then suffered the same injury, I presume, with the other calf?
Yeah, look, I blew through, I don't know, gastrocnemius, aponeurosis, tendon and all sorts last time. Yeah, exactly. So I had a pretty bad one. I was on crutches for 3 weeks. There was all sorts. I had to get it drained at one point. And so it was quite a long sort of recovery period last year. And literally a week before the season started, I was kind of running around here just doing my sort of sprint work, kind of building up to the season, and felt it and went for an MRI as a precaution. I think a bunny called me on the way to the ground or to the way to the hospital and said, "What do you reckon?" So I said to him, "I'll probably miss that university game and play the next one." So it didn't feel bad, but it came back as a grade 2. So that was 4 to 6 weeks, and then it's like, well, you start looking again at everything. Is your diet good? Is this good? Is that bad? How are you training? Done about 40,000 calf raises over the winter. So it's one of those things. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm not old, but I am getting older, and I am tall. So I suppose two coupled together, they're not a great recipe for calves. But no, look, I'm very happy to be back playing, and it's a special group to be a part of.
I appreciate it comes to the territory. You're going to pick up injuries along the way, aren't you? Does it make it extra special, though, when you recover from it and you get back out there playing again?
Oh, massively, yeah. And I think it makes it extra special when you do it at home as well. You want to be playing at home. It's a place that I love playing here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's an amazing spot. I think also the group of players we have makes it really good as well. You come into an environment that is good, it's competitive, and wants to push each other to win games of cricket, which I think is fantastic. And it's hard. I mean, you watch a young lad, George Balderson, go about bowling and batting at the top of the order, so it's been incredibly hard for him. But he's handled it beautifully, and I think he'll learn a hell of a lot from the experience. And hopefully, batting down the order, he'll be able to, take that into his game and take the mindset of batting at the top and really drag the game deep for us.
We're seeing some of the highlights here of the Lancashire innings so far, and this partnership with Luke Wells. I just assumed somewhere along the line you'd have batted with Luke Wells, and you haven't. This is the first time you two have played together.
We played together last year, but I think this is the first time we've opened the batting together.
Opened the batting.
Yeah, first time we've opened. funny enough, we got called twins for the earlier part of my career at least, so that kind of dented my confidence quite nicely. But no, look, I mean, Wellesley's playing incredibly well. I mean, there were stages there where you couldn't miss the middle of the bat and I couldn't hit it. So, I mean, he's played beautifully, and hopefully long may it continue. He's a fantastic player and a good lad to have around.
Was that, for you going out there, your first game back, your first chance to bat this season, how much is it about just getting back in, the feel of batting once more? Just talk us through how you kind of start your innings the first for 9 months.
Yeah, 100%. It's, I mean, obviously we had a couple of warm-up games which I played, which you start sort of getting the rhythm of playing in the middle. I suppose one of those things where if you haven't played in the middle, you don't quite realise the nuances, the feeling and how you move your feet, how you sort of pick up to the bowler. I mean, you can have as many nets as you want until you get out into the middle and you see where the ball goes after you hit it and how you move and everything that goes with it. You never really know where you're at. So I must be honest, I was quite nervous walking into this game. I'm quite meticulous in the way I want to train and practice and go through my game. So to walk in without having sort of middle practices in the last 4 weeks has been quite tough. But I mean, when Wellesley goes off the way he did there and played the way he did, it almost takes the pressure off of you. I think if both of you are sort of stodging around and trying to find your feet, essentially, it would have been a lot harder work and the pressure would have shifted quite quickly onto us. But Wellesley did superbly well there.
Obviously, it's the first time you've opened the batting together, and it's obviously there's a long season ahead for you both. But the contrast, for example, the last couple of years where you've had yourself and Alex as the opening pair, obviously right hand, left hand, tall, short. You two, yourself and Luke, are obviously two tall left-handers. How do you kind of complement each other with that?
I think we score in different areas as well. I think we have different games. So I think because we are both tall and left-handed, I think your areas could be similar in a way. But I mean, when I look at Wellesley, the way he plays, the way he strikes the ball, we do score in different areas. We are probably slightly awkward in different ways, crabby and lucky in other ways. But I think Wellesley's game's really developed in an amazing way. I remember playing against him a few years ago where he was almost really stodgy and it was really tough to get out, where now he's a good ball striker and he's moved his game forward brilliantly. I suppose as your career shifts, you would do. I mean, the way he hit the ball there was absolutely brilliant. On a wicket that is slower, I mean, as the ball's got a little bit older, it's been quite tough to time. I mean, I felt like I'm batting with a piece of plywood at times, and it's just the surface and the way the balls come out of the rough. So I mean, credit to Wellesley, and he struck it beautifully.
Has it been a little frustrating for you? I'm sure it has, but trying to get yourself back into the team and looking around through April, weather's been good. Looks like the pitches have been good. There's been loads of runs scored. Have you been kind of licking your lips at the prospect of getting this season up and running?
Been licking my lips at the prospect of getting up and running and playing, not necessarily from a performance point of view or getting runs. I try and not look sideways or look at other players, because I think you have to look at the environment you're playing in and win those games of cricket. And I think the danger comes when you look too far ahead. You look at other players, how many hundreds other guys have got, and you move away from actually what's going on in front of your eyes, and that is the game of cricket. And you want to win those moments, win the games, and essentially that's what we're doing. We're playing for Lancashire, we're playing at Emirates, Trafford, and we want to win championships and trophies for Lancashire. I think when you start looking at personal accolades, it can get quite dangerous. So for me, it's just about winning games of cricket, and I think that's one thing. The mentality of the side at the moment is brilliant. Guys are keeping each other level and pushing each other to win critical moments. I suppose you could see it yesterday, the way the guys buzzed around, and at no point did you feel like, well, I didn't at least, that there was a slump in energy the guys kept putting in. I mean, a guy like Jimmy at 39 years old, 38 years old, he just keeps running in and tries and tries and tries, and that for me echoes massively where we are as a squad.
I guess that is emphasised even more, perhaps, playing here, because winning games of cricket here and bowling teams out twice here is tough, isn't it? You've got to have those reserves to dig into it.
100%, and you've got to keep backing each other up, and that's where when guys are putting in for each other, you feel like you can give it an extra 5-10%. So look, I mean, the guys have been fantastic. I think we're quite blessed and lucky in the way that we've been able to rotate bowlers as well. You can keep guys fresh and keep guys wanting to keep coming back. So look, it's been fantastic. I mean, Jimmy's added great value. I mean, he's been absolutely brilliant for us. as is Bales, and I mean, I don't want to single anybody out. I mean, Hassan as an overseas has been fantastic. He's, I mean, we've all joked he's going to go back home at 3 foot tall. He's just kept bowling and bowling and bowling, and he's done it so well. And the passion he showed for wearing the red rose and going out there into the middle and playing has been fantastic. So look, hopefully we can keep pushing through the year.
And he's come with his very own celebration as well, which is magnificent.
It's brilliant. To be fair, I didn't see it the other day. I was rolling around the floor, just thankful I caught it. So, I mean, the first slip catch of the season as well, you kind of, if you train all you want, when that first nick comes, it's you make double sure that it stayed in the hands after it has. So, look, I mean, Hass has been brilliant. He's tried. I think that's, as an overseas, you want guys to just put in. You want guys to put in 110% all the time, and he's done that. He's been tough to get the ball out of his hands at times, and he just wants to bowl and get the team over the line.
I'm sure it must have been frustrating for you last year having to watch the team come so close to winning the title. It was a great year last year. The feeling coming into this season as we get through the first 3 or 4 games now must be of great optimism that you can push hard again.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I mean, the squad's in a great place. We've got a real sort of balance of young, old, guys at different stages of their career, which is brilliant. We need to just make sure game by game, I know it sounds really cliched and I suppose really dull, but game by game we need to make sure that we're doing what we do really, really well, and we're competitive in every session. And I think things need to go your way to a degree to win a championship. I mean, you've got to have weather at the right times, and you've got to have a little bit of luck at times. But look, it's a fantastic squad with a great group of guys, and hopefully we can just keep building. And who knows where we come in September. There's a lot of cricket to be played between now and then. There's a lot of miles to be travelled as well. So look, hopefully the guys stay fit and we keep competing the way we have done in the last 3 games.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping up and joining us. Whether or not we get back out there remains to be seen. It looks unlikely.
Looks pretty dark.
It does a bit, yeah. At 127 without loss. You're unbeaten on 44 and Luke Wells on 70. If we have any further play, we'll be back with you for live ball-by-ball coverage. But Keaton, thanks for joining us.
Cheers, Scotty. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I'm afraid the scene isn't great here. The full covers are on and the weather has beaten us. It is the close of play on day 2 with Lancashire 127 without loss. The second day curtailed a little bit due to the poor light to begin with, then rain in the end, seeing play abandoned for the rest of the day. Richard Wilford's alongside me just to wrap things up here on the second day. How are you assessing day 2 of this game, Richard?
Rather like first one, I think Lancashire have done extremely well. I think that they bowled excellently throughout day 1 to restrict Warwickshire. Those late wickets yesterday evening made a major impact on the game, and then they got rid of the tail without too much of a fuss today. It was one of those little waiting games in that they were trying to allow Dominic Sibley a single to get to the tail. Hassan Ali took a couple of wickets, really hustling in, and then Parkinson finishing off with a wicket of Ollie Hannon-Dolby. So 315. I've been talking to Dominic Sibley since the rain delay. Warwickshire feel that's below par. They feel that there was more than that on this wicket, and I think we've seen that because Lancashire have been pretty untroubled for 40+ overs.
Need a good morning session, don't they, here, Warwickshire, tomorrow?
They really do. They need to support Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's bowled good line, good length. He's been the one bowler that's really troubled the batsman, apart from one ball from Nathan McAndrew that had Luke Wells in a bit of a pickle. But they really haven't managed to back up Hannon-Dolby. The attack has not looked as strong as it has done in recent years. Craig Miles didn't quite hit it. Danny Briggs didn't have the control that we normally see from him. So from that point of view, but equally, Lancashire batted very well, didn't they? Keaton Jennings showing patience to get into his stride. Luke Wells was timing it so well from the off.
Well, that is it from us. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Richard, really enjoyed your company over the last couple of days. I know that your commitments are now back to football for the weekend.
Yeah, I wish they weren't. I'd like to see how this one turns out, but obviously Lancashire with the box seat.
And I'm glad you enjoyed your trip to the Docklands bar last night. OK, join us tomorrow morning at 22:11 for coverage of day 3 here from Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire will resume on 127 without loss, with Luke Wells unbeaten on 70 and Keaton Jennings on 44. It's bye for now.